이번에도 좀 시드 한번 받고 싶네요. 저그들은 안 뽑으려고.
시조 정도면은 그래도 제가 괜찮을 것 같아요. 빠르게 피권을 가지고 싶어요.
분위기가 거의 제가 사형수예요. 자꾸 저를 옮긴다는 얘기가 많아가지고
주변에서 계속 D라고 하니까 선택권이 그냥 없는 것 같은 기분이에요. 아무나 뽑아주세요.
오늘 전문가 느낌으로 좀 잘 뽑아야 되는데 어중간한 테란들이 갑자기 끌리더라고요.
2개 고르세요. 제가 해줄게요 그대로.
재욱이 형 뽑는 거는 위험합니다. 왜냐면 이번 시즌 진짜 또 다르기 때문에.
그냥 저 뽑으세요. 안 달라요 그냥.
저 뽑으면 후회할 것 같아요.
뽑지 마세요.
그냥 처음 선택으로 가야 될 것 같아요.
그러니까 도재욱 선수가 박수를 쳤고 이미 일어났거든요.
출발했어요.
그냥 솔직히 민찬이 하기 싫은데 그나마 제가 뽑고 싶어가지고.
다른 사람은 못 믿어가지고 재욱이 형을 그래도 조금 믿었어요.
이 선수 데려가고 싶었는데 있다고 생각되는 선수 몇 명이나 있습니까?
딱 봐도 한 명 어중간한 사람 한 명 있어가지고.
요새 이재호 선수가 약간 어중간해졌거든요.
이재우가 어중간해졌어요.
끄덕거리고 있어요. 옆에서.
저도 괜찮을 것 같은데요, 시조.
둘 다 귀담아 듣질 않았어요.
재호가 아무리 어중간해져도 정영재 최고점보다 높거든요. 재호는 뭐 안 될 것 같고.
확고합니다. 고민이 없어요. 선수들이 들어와 바로 뽑았어요. 와, 정영재.
만족스럽네요.
이미 마음도 와 있었고요. 피할 수 없었습니다.
저는 윤철이 형을 형이 데리고 가줬으면 좋겠어가지고.
장윤철을 제거하겠다.
지 앞가름이나 잘해야지. 아니 이거 16강에서 광탈할 수도 있어요. 남의 거를 신경 쓴지 모르겠어요.
아니, 형이 제일 껄끄럽거든요.
황병영 씨가 저를 뽑으면 저는 장윤철을 뽑을 거예요. 장윤철은 정영재랑 바뀝니다. 장윤철을 비교해 놓을 리가 없어요.
이제도 김성대가 A조로 갑니다.
프로토스가 2명이 지금 남아 있는 상황인데
김명호 선수가 만약에 저를 뽑으면 테란전만 준비하면 되는데 그건 어떤가요?
장윤철을 뽑게 되면 어차피 정영재랑 바뀔 게 뻔하거든요. 재호보단 영재가 편해서.
제가 혹시 뭐 살인 저질렀나요? 아니 이 사람들이 진짜 왜 이러는 건지 잘 모르겠는데 저는 어차피 이제 다 지옥이에요 이제.
저 한번 뽑아보실래요? 장윤철, 이재호가 솔직히 우승 후보예요. 김지성이 지금 생각하려는 게 뭐냐? 장윤철 대 이재호를 붙이려고 합니다 지금. 그렇기 때문에 저를 붙여야 됩니다.
김명훈 선수의 판단은요?
희경이 형이 말한 대로 재호 형 대 윤철이 형을 붙일 생각이었거든요. 형이 여기서 재호 형을 뽑으면은 형이 B조로 가는 거거든요. C조만이 이제 죽음의 조가 되는 거죠. 그럼.
옆에는 눈에서님 레이저는
아유 이런 건 시나리오 없긴 했는데.
저부터 살겠습니다.
전부 다 완성이 된 상황에서 이제 우승자의 권한 행사가 좀 기다리고 있습니다.
혹시 장윤철 선수랑 박성균 선수랑 바꾸는 건 어떤가요? 토스전 괴물 조일장 있고 변현재를 떨어뜨린 스타선 원래 강자 핵신 너무 좋아 보이는데.
그룹 D조를 죽음의 조로 만들어 달라.
다른 선수들이 비웃고 있어요.
아무도 상관없다 그러더니 지금 마치 이중구가 신세계에서 죽기 전에 담배 한 배 핀다더니 지금 함부로 피고 있는 것처럼.
전 재호 말이 일리가 있어요. 김민철 맨날 두드려맞고 윤철이한테. 재호한테 윤철이가 최근에 5대빵 냈어요. 저는 쭈기한테 한 3번 털어줬어요. 여기 쭈기 무조건 올라가요.
아니 근데 조일장 선수가 장윤철 선수 인간 상성이에요. 떨어뜨릴 확률은 여기가 훨씬 높아요.
이재호가 저런 사람은 아니었는데.
약간 팔롱코처럼.
장윤철이 가긴 하는데 소실이냐 합리적인 제안이야.
지금 이 엄청난 조가 만들어졌습니다.
야 이게 너무 어렵네요.
재호 형도 상대하기 껄끄러운 한 명이라서 둘 중 한 명만 떨어지라는 마인드로 저렇게 붙였습니다.
Good morning, StarCraft fans. We are back with another group in the ASL. I am Nyoken, and of course joining me is our Zerg expert. It is Eonzerg. What's up, dude?
Hello everyone. Hope you're excited for this group, man.
Oh, I'm super hyped for this group. Light, the best Terran player in the world. And we've got actually my favorite Protoss in the group, Snow. I'm a big fan of his. And then also one of the best Zergs with Soulkey. And then of course another great Protoss player in Best. When I first saw this group, if you had told me this was the final four of ASL, I would have believed you. That's how strong this group is.
Yeah, it's a very strong one for sure. It's going to be one that whoever gets eliminated is going to have a lot of people crying for him.
Oh yeah, for sure. And look at that man right there. That's our Zerg, Soulkey. What do you think of Soulkey's shots of getting out of this group?
Let's talk about Soulkey. One of the most interesting Zerg players that you can have on the scene. One that the people really like him because of his late gameplay, especially against Terran, is the fire control. But you know what, Nyoken, the guy never made a final in the ASL. He didn't really won a championship. But wait. Did he win KSL? I don't remember that. I don't think so.
I can't remember if actually Soulkey won.
Yeah, he won KSL. Actually, he won a championship in KSL. So like he, in terms of championships, he's probably good, but he's missing that. He's missing that cherry on the top. That is the ASL.
Yeah, I think the only ASL winner here is Light at the very end. And it took him a while to get it also. Season 13 is when he got it, so that was just 2 seasons ago. This guy right here, I don't think he ever got a championship. And then surprisingly for me, Snow, I was looking at his stats, or I was looking at his record on Wikipedia, and he also hasn't won ASL. He got second place twice, but actually he's never gotten it.
Yeah, sadly for him, he had to face Flash, and then he faced Rain. That everyone knows that the guy is a super monster in PvP, and that's actually, in my opinion, what really stopped him from winning these championships.
Yeah, I totally forgot that he played Rain. Rain is unbelievable in Protoss vs. Protoss, as he said. Like, he has legitimately like a 90% win rate or something absolutely bonkers. And it's funny because when I think of Snow, I think of course, Protoss vs. Terran Expert. But this guy's also really freaking good versus Protoss. Like, he's got amazing unit control. He's got amazing Reaver control, as everybody knows in PvP. And that's a key unit in PvP, so you would expect him to at least have done decently well versus Rain. But Rain, he's just next level, man.
Yeah, Rain is really... It's almost like this Flash version of Protoss, to be honest. He's really good. He's like solid overall. His ability to read the games and to make strategy predictions is really like super high. He's a player that really does really well his homework, you know.
Yeah, and he was also a superstar in StarCraft 2. Like, he was at the absolute very top, and when he came back to StarCraft 1, I initially thought, it's going to take him a while to transition into StarCraft 1, and it was almost immediate that he was just at the top of StarCraft 1. So.
I will never forget it. The guy won a GSL championship, and then he come back to Brewer. He actually, like, he stopped his StarCraft 2 career, like, being a champion.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's the way to go out, is you retire on top, and then, well, I mean, he technically didn't retire, he just retired from StarCraft 2 and came back to StarCraft 1. Now, to me, that guy at the very end, he's the silent killer, the silent secret weapon of this group. It's Light. His TVP is unreal. He's
do you play Terran, Nyoken?
Yeah, of course I play Terran. He's my favorite for this group. He's got...
Yeah, okay. No, because you were so high talking about him, I was like, damn.
Well, he's like the only Terran right now that can play the split map TVP. Like, he's actually not afraid to play Vermeer, for example, and just split the map versus you. He can defend all the recalls, he can defend the carrier switches. So, these Protoss players, I think, are in trouble. But, at the same time, best he's known for his PvT. He's a macro monster. And actually, Snow, I think, has the best PvT out of all the Protoss players. Sorry, Bisu and Mini fans, but I think that's just a fact at this point. He plays how I imagine you should play as Protoss. He goes for the Reaver, shuts down all pushes. He shuts down all harassment with his goon control versus the Vultures. And then what does he do for his ultimate late game comp? He goes carriers, man. So, I'm really looking forward to Snow and Light today.
I think Light is probably the strongest player in this group. He's also the ASL champion. But you know what, talking about Light, I remember the last time when he won his ASL, You know, Taser's made a LAN party, and he invited Soulkey and Light, and actually Soulkey destroyed Light, and in my opinion it was because of the builder choice, and this is something I actually realized that happened very often to Light, is that his builder choice can be tricky sometimes in making him not playing actually his best and losing by build orders.
Yeah, that is true, and Light's been coming up with a new build order in TVZ, which is this weird mass Valkyrie style, and I've seen it be very successful. But it's an interesting build, and I like what you said about the build orders from Light in particular, because there was maybe 2 or 3 seasons ago I was casting Miscan, and Light made this weird move out. Like, he had very few units, but he really wanted this Overlord. Moved out with like 5 Goliaths. He got the Overlord. The problem was Soulkey was all-inning, and as soon as he saw the units move out, he just instantly killed him. So you're going to have to be on your guard versus someone like Soulkey, because even if you are playing very defensive, and in that game Light even had a wall, he may still try and all-in you.
Yeah, it's really important because it actually is, for some reason, reminds me Barracks, that he tried some interesting builds and he ended up looking horrible, you know, in such games. Yeah. But the truth is that with just few different pieces or so few different changes, he could be like in really good positions, and I think Light need to really be careful about his builds.
Yeah, he does, and definitely will need to get a lot of intel if he's ever going to make a small move out like that, because like I said, that game, there was a wall, I'm watching it, I'm watching Soulkey all in it, and I'm like, dude, how are you ever going to bust this? There's a wall here, man. And then he made that one mistake, and in an instant, Light was just destroyed.
Yeah, we have 2 protos that are so different, Nyoken. One is the king of macro, and the other is the king of micro. The guy is a river maniac. I think he holds some records with his river, like multiple kills. Can you tell me exactly what you are excited about, Best, and then about Snow?
Well, I agree with what you said about the micro control. This guy right here, absolute insane reaver control. I think I mentioned in a couple weeks ago that a bust like on Nemesis could be amazing, like 8-gate goon or 8-gate gateway production with like a reaver combo can be really good versus somebody that plays defensively going for split map. I would love to see that. And you're mentioning of the reaver record, I think on stream every now and then Snow goes for some type of mission where he wants to get X amount of kills with the reaver, and I think I remember seeing him getting 100 kills with a reaver like 2 years ago. Absolutely crazy numbers.
Yeah. And what about Best?
Well, Best, this guy, he's just going to build gateway units, and he's just going to be non-stop moving them across the map and trying to find an opening, I imagine. Whenever I think of Best, that's what I think of. Lots of bases, lots of movement, but not lots of necessarily high-tech units. He really prioritizes gateway man.
One thing I want to say about Best is that he's not really afraid of going for it. You know what I mean? Like, if he has like one attack in mind, he's probably going to use it. Now, I'm pretty sure his opponents can use this play style against him as well. So he's probably going to be on top of his game to advance.
Yeah, and he's going to have a tough opponent in Soulkey. You were mentioning how deadly Soulkey was, but isn't he known for like going for low econ sometimes, like 2-hatch openers, like fast muta harassment, and then try and transition into like a big macro mid-game?
Yeah, Soulkey can be the most unpredictable player ever, and then yeah, like honestly, you can expect a lot of rushes. Like if he's not feeling his macro working, he's going like full switch to aggressive play.
Okay, we'll have to keep an eye on him then and see if he will try and play that aggressive style. There was a KSL game from a few years ago. It was some Terran. I think it was Sharp versus Soulkey, and Sharp ended up scanning Soulkey's natural, and what made Soulkey so deadly was he actually hit a third base and transferred drones there, but the scan didn't see the transfer. So Sharp scanned, thought it was an all-in, and actually was not an all-in at all. So Best needs to be very diligent with his Corsairs, because if he thinks that Soulkey's all-inning and he misses a hatchery somehow, for example, well, he may overreact and be in trouble. But Zerg versus Protoss a little bit different. You don't just get vision with scans. You can have that Corsair to scout all over the place. But that does give you a little insight into how tricky Soulkey can be.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be really interesting what the players prepare for today. I don't know if they prepared too much, because these guys are playing Pro League all the time, you know, like, I think the skill is going to be there, but the creativity and the time that takes to develop something like what you mentioned, the Soulkey did against Sharp. At that level, I'm not sure you are going to see something like that, but let's see, because there are some interesting maps that are for sure interesting. Like, you can pull some crazy plays.
Yeah, like what we just saw last week with Shine versus Royal, with the Muta harassment into the Lurker drop on Sylphid. Those moves can be definitely pulled out by somebody like Soulkey. If he finds a vulnerability, he'll for sure try to exploit that.
Yeah, I'm really curious, man. What maps are we going to see today? We are still waiting for that 76. Is ever going to happen in this group stage?
I don't think so. I think we're going to have to be forced for...
By the way, the place is packed, man.
Hell yeah.
People are excited for this group.
Yeah, someone in the chat said that the tickets sold out in like 10 minutes. That's no surprise to me, because this is as deadly of a group as you're ever going to get. I don't think I've ever seen a more deadly group. Like, this is just crazy stacked. We're getting a look at our only Zerg player in the group, Soulkey. Remember, we already have 3 Zergs into the round of 8, 1 Terran. Protoss desperately needs some representation, because all that's remaining is Group D's Bisu. If he doesn't win tomorrow and both Protoss gets eliminated today, there's going to be none into the round of 8.
By the way, Nyoken, who has like high RPM, Soulkey or Snow?
It's got to be Soulkey, right? Because Snow, he's got like 280 APM. I think he's one of the few pros that has less than 300.
I think they are both like probably said the same.
All right, well, I guess I'm not too familiar with Soulkey's APM that well. I assumed that Zerg players generally have over 300, but I could be wrong. And just to give a heads up to the viewers out here, because we didn't have the zoom in on that graphic just a minute ago, and because we're not getting any profile stats for the players right now, I'm thinking there may be some type of issues with Afrika, just as a heads up in case like the audio cuts out or if some graphics don't display.
Okay. So yeah, well, Soulkey is one of the most effective players when it comes to APM. It's the most it's really effective APM. It's so it's not a player you're going to see spamming a lot. It's not like these guys that go to 400 and just for going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But that's interesting to hear that, because I recently watched an FP view of Soma, and Soma was surprisingly very slow in the very beginning of the game, very diligent. Like, I'm watching it, and then I'm looking at his like APM from the setting that you can set in the game, and I'm like, how are you 300 APM? Like, I'm looking, it looks like 100.
Oh my god.
Well, we're completely in the dark, Eonzerg. Our players are ready, but what is our map? Let's find out. Soulkey versus Best is starting right now.
Still fit.
And in the mid-left position, our red Zerg, it is Soulkey. And in the top middle, our blue Protoss, it is Best.
Okay, Nyoken. Wow, macro against Bryan.
Yep, this is going to be a clash of two titans here, a clash of two different styles. And that right there is a sign for Soulkey talking about the iron wall. He's well known for his defense. And we'll see if he can hold off Best's insane macro. Now, Best did spawn at top middle, and I know that Protoss players really do love top middle, and the reason for that is Scan was telling me that cannons just shoot farther when they can be stacked vertically compared to horizontally.
Yeah, because well, they are able to defend the forge because like it's yeah.
Yep, so
is this a 1 gate? Yeah.
Yep, it is going to be a 9 gate, and Overlord is okay. It is going to intercept the probe as it goes to the bottom right. Meanwhile, we've got an overpull from Soulkey, so no hatch opener this time.
Yeah, and no first scout for Best. That is always good, man. You don't really want to have that worker in your base very quick.
Oh yeah, not just because he's going to get intel instantly, but also because you don't want that drone line to be harassed and lose any amount of econ. And the stats at the very bottom says in Season 3, so a long time ago, they had a series and Soulkey ended up taking it 3-2, so it was overall very close. We also get a look at the stats from recent ASLs, round of 8s for Soulkey, and then third place also. Meanwhile, Best not having the best recent results in ASL, really has been getting knocked out in generally around the round of 16, so he's looking to improve this time around. Here comes that probe. He does see a delayed hatch, so he knows that this is going to be the overpool opener.
Yeah, Best is going to scout this. I'm going to probably check how many silence and drones Soulkey is making, so he keep committing with silos or not.
Yep, and he has snuck one across the map, and he's going into the darkness at top left to get a little bit sneaky, but those lings are going to path up there, and I think he may have barely seen it, but maybe not, because the lings are just going by right now, and that's going to allow the Zealot to probably get comboed with that probe.
Not only he didn't see it, but he didn't make more Zerlings. But he's a larva, so he's probably making more Zerlings now.
Well, he's got to be paying attention because he's trying to micro those lings at the natural while also trying to micro the lings versus the probe and Zealot. And probe Zealot is going to win this fight if it can find the angle. And he already gets a couple of free hits, really.
Okay, I think Soulkey is doing well. He's losing Zerlings now, but he got rid of the worker and probably going to clean this silo in his base. I think so far this is like very equal for both players.
Yeah, it seems like it was a decent trade for both sides. Loses the probe and the Zealot, but he at least forced out a couple more lings, and he did clean up the lings in his own main, so he doesn't have to worry about those running by, picking off probes. We do have additional lings being built right now. Actually, we have a lot of additional lings being built right now.
Yep.
Soulkey, I guess, has decided that, hey man, there's a few too many gaps in that wall. Maybe I can try and exploit it.
Yeah, Soulkey, I think he's smelling victory.
We'll see if he can make anything happen, because right now that's a pretty tight wall. He's got two Zealots on the right side, one Zealot at the forge in the gateway. He's going to try and draw these out of position. This is a lot of lings.
Yeah. By the way, if he doesn't do damage with this, I think like he missed out an opportunity to drone that will be really important for him.
Yeah, and actually critically, he does catch the probe in his base that somehow got there and was harassing the mineral line. Oftentimes I see players microing their lings, for example, but they're not paying attention to their workers, and you can snipe one or two workers very easily because you're so focused on your attack. But good.
Soulkey is in so much trouble right now. Like, look at his gas, look at the drones he has in his natural and his tier. He is very low on drones. He can't even afford the Spire.
Yeah, he definitely can't. And the course, or the Stargate is already halfway done, so he needs to start that ASAP. Still hasn't put it down just yet. Now he's finally going to put it down. Basically 3/4 of the way done for the Stargate though. We have a Zealot move out to bottom left. He knows that the hatchery must be there. And I don't think the Lings can really engage this. Okay, never mind. I didn't see those in the back. So he will engage with speed. And Zerg will probably barely win this fight.
That was a nice micro, but there is a silo in the natural now.
Yep, and you can't lose any drones because, like you said, the Econ's already kind of down in the dumps for Soulkey. He desperately needs to save everything he can. And he does kill now 5 Zealots for just a handful of Lings. So that's a really good trade for him. And if we look at what Best actually has, it's still just 1 gate. This is going to alleviate a lot of pressure. Like, there's not going to be a follow-up set like 7:30, 7 Zealot timing. Like, that's just not going to happen anymore. So I think Soulkey's really alleviated a lot of the pressure.
My god, that's their timing, Nyoken. Ser is coming and the spy is so far from completion.
Yeah, but he can't find any overlords. Like, it'd be different if he was able to catch some of them in the center of the map, maybe get 2 overlords and really supply block him, but he still hasn't found anything. And meanwhile, Soulkey's like, yep, no big deal. I'm just going to put down another hatch. His Scourge are going to be out on the map pretty soon. So overall, this is...
2 Stargates.
2 Stargate?
Yeah.
At the natural, where was that?
Yeah, and he's making it now in the natural.
Okay, double Stargate. I didn't realize that. I guess he saw that the second gas was up at the natural, and he thinks that this is going to be mutas, maybe?
Well, it makes sense because at the moment Soulkey didn't make any building like a Den or Evolution. But in my opinion, it's because he's like really lacking drones to build all of that. But yeah, I think there is a big chance he also goes Muta Scourge.
Okay, well, one of those Scourge actually connect onto that Corsair. Of course, doesn't take it down, neither did the second one, but the second Stargate critically has not been scouted just yet, so this could really catch Soulkey off guard because, like you said, he doesn't have the Evolution Chamber, he doesn't have the Hydras. If he underbuilds Scourge or underbuilds Mutas, we may see him just permanently be supply blocked. There are the first Mutas, it's just 4 though.
Oh man, he didn't see that the second Stargate, Nyoken. Like now, making these Mutas is... I don't think he's going to accomplish too much.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think he's got to be very careful. Once this Sair count reaches like 8 or 9, he needs to get the hell out of there. There is 6, there's 7 now. And we do have not that many Zealots, but the problem is there's just... Okay, there we go. There's the Hydras. I was wondering, it's like there's no way you can hold this with just Lings. But luckily he does have some Hydras now produced.
Yeah, but I think he's going to kill all these Overlords. Like, he can deal with the Sairs.
I also have the same feeling that all these Overlords are on the brink of extermination. The Sairs are going to have +1 weapon pretty soon also. Somehow...
Oh, Muta counter-attack!
Yeah, Soulkey snuck these Mutas into the main of Best, and that actually draws Best all the way back to his base. He didn't kill necessarily that many workers, but at least he got Protoss out of his side of the map.
By the way, Best is playing really conservative right now. And he's making extra cannons. Looks like he's like expecting a huge Hydra bus coming from Soulkey and his build.
Yeah, I think he is expecting that because it is just 5 hatch production. We don't see the 6th hatch. We don't see a lot of drones like you were saying. And meanwhile, Zerg was pumping out a ton of Hydras. That is a lot of Corsairs though. That's the dream that he wants right there. 4 Overlords all clumped up, but the Hydras luckily get back in time to save them.
Nyoken, Best being extremely careful to not lose any Sair. Like, he sees 2 Scourge and he's coming back to home to defend with cannons.
Yeah, if you go double Stargate and you lose Sairs, like that was your win condition. You can not afford to lose them. If he can ever win a battle on the ground and then still have the Corsairs alive, he could just permanently supply block Soulkey forever. So I like what you said. He's making sure that they don't die. And he's got something like 10 of them. That's a lot. But we're going to finally have a counterattack from Soulkey here. He's moving a lot of Hydras into position.
It's all High Templar in the cannons, man. I don't know if the storm is ready, but it's only 1 High Templar, but it's still like, to break all these cannons, he needs to commit.
I don't know if he can break. This is like 7 cannons plus a Templar, like you said, but he doesn't have storm.
Nyoken.
He's got the energy, but no storm. Look at that flank from the back, though. That's a genius move. That means that the Hydra's got to engage. They can't just try and run away. Zealot, oh my gosh, the Zealots and DTs did a lot of damage, but there's still going to be a decent amount of Hydras remaining. How many cannons actually survive? Just one? Is he actually going to do it? But that one DT without the detection for the Hydras is actually going to push this back.
At least he killed the Forge, probably stopping Grace, now making 6 hatchery. But I mean, that DT saved the day.
That DT did save the day, for sure. And those Corsairs are still alive, so they're still able to pick off Overlords. And look at that, Soulkey lost a couple of them because he's supply blocked at just 69. We now finally have a decent drone cycle for him and a 6 hatch coming in. So he is starting to ramp up his eco.
Yeah, something important here is that he killed a Forge. Like, stopping the upgrade is going to be really helpful for him now, especially when he made his evolution then so late. Like, maybe now he's going to equal a bit the upgrades.
Okay, well, we'll see. We see that the Protoss is just at +1 weapon, so Zerg critically caught +1 armor before it could complete. We are going to have another big engagement here. I think Protoss may barely win this fight because the DT is also there. Sairs are going to take down the majority of these Overlords. That's 4 of them. That's a lot of resources to be losing, and the DT did not get taken down, so he's in there, but good hold position is going to buy time and allow the follow-up Hydras to take him down.
Oh my god, this is such a good game already, man. Like, these fights, they are really like pushing to the limit. Like Soulkey is holding so well with so little. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, I'm getting worried for Soulkey though, because if we look at the supplies, it's 130 for best, whereas it's just 85 for Soulkey. If it was 100 for Soulkey, maybe that's a little bit of a different story. But also, we haven't seen any lurkers. Okay, as I say that, of course, there's one lurker egg, but the observatory is going to be finishing. We see the first few Dragoons being produced, and I assume this is going to be moving out with a big timing in just a moment.
Yeah, I didn't really count the gateway, so I'm curious if it's like going to stick on 2 bases, mass upgrades, or he's going to take a tier expansion.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The Corsair count has been whittled down to 5 now. So overall, Soulkey has done a good job to eliminate a lot of the Corsairs. Somehow, Soulkey's feeling confident that he could potentially take a 4th base because he just now puts it on location at that high ground base. He finds some Zealots on the right side isolated. Those are almost all going to die, so another good catch.
Oh my god, that he's going to miss a shuttle!
Yeah, just barely misses it. And we know how deadly a shuttle can be. And I'm looking at the bottom side of the map. There are a couple Overlords that could catch the shuttle coming into the main. So hopefully he's able to do that. Because if even one DT gets unloaded, we know that the entire drone line could be erased in just a second.
Yeah. I thought Soulkey will commit, but no. He's holding. Oh, Nyoken the shuttle.
Oh my gosh, we don't know what's loaded up, but it dies before it unloads anything. That was probably at least, I would say, 1 or 2 DTs, so that was a great catch.
Oh my god. Careful with the high Templars running into lurkers.
Yep, he loses one of the Templars, but he does get off a good storm. But Protoss has 1/1 upgrades now.
I see Protoss is committing here.
The Templar's about to die before getting off a single storm. Luckily, he survives with 7 health, then he dies. Where are the Zealots? That is a lot of goons, but would really like to see some Zealots mixed in. We do actually have a third base.
They died to the lurkers, Nyoken. The Zealots died to the lurkers.
Oh yeah, that attack at bottom right, they all died, and moving out just now also all died. So good defense from Soulkey. That's another good pickoff onto the Templar. So now there's almost no AoE at all. It's just pure goon.
Can we beat the Dragoons? No, there are too many, Nyoken.
Yeah, that is so many Dragoons. And I actually thought Zerg might win that fight, especially since Zerg actually does have +2 weapon on his Hydras. All of the Corsairs died. So that's a big win for Soulkey. But the problem is he's lost his entire army on the ground, but there's no observer. So this one lurker does do a lot of damage, but it's not going to prevent Best from continuing his push.
Tell me how weak Dragoons are against Hydras, Nyoken.
These goons are trading pretty damn well, but we've got more Zealots reinforcing. That one Lurker morph at the high ground base has drawn a lot of the Zealots out of this fight, but I think Soulkey is about to have his natural breach. There's just so many goons and Zealots everywhere, but the one Lurker is really doing a lot of work. We need an observer.
Yeah, but this army is so huge. Like Soulkey, I think he only has left drones and maybe 2 Hydras.
Yep, I think so. And with that hatch dying and probably the Hydrogen dying, Soulkey has been breached. You can kind of see in his face right now that I think he's accepted his fate. This is going to be the game going over in best favor, but what a game from Soulkey. I thought he was down and out once we saw how late his fire was.
I'm impressed, like how Soulkey hold for so long, especially being in such a deficit. But I mean, it's too much army. It's just too much army. This guy can produce so many units. Like you can even see like he's a third player in like with a toss skin.
Yeah, he really knows how to manage his econ. Anytime you watch him, he's just pumping out so much stuff. And he'll take bases behind it also. Like, he wasn't just all in there. He had a third base coming up at mid-right. So he had big econ, tons of production, so many goons. And even though he lost all those Zealots through those Lurkers and Hydras that you mentioned, the army was still up like 40 or 50 supply. So Best really killing it today so far. And he's looking very strong heading into the winner's match.
He committed a few times, man. He even lose a shuttle drop, you know, like,
yeah.
So yeah.
So Doman, he's really crushing it today, and that means Soulkey already in the losers match. You got to remember that we are into the round of 16, so we still have 2 best of 1s as our opening series, but then best of 3s remaining. So he'll still have a couple shots to make it into the deciders match before potentially being eliminated. But our next match is going to be Snow versus Light, which is going to be a PvT, and that's going to be very epic because I think Snow's the best Protoss versus Terran, and then we've got easily the best Terran versus Protoss.
Yeah, I think that is going to be so crazy.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get a big macro game. Silpha definitely gives you a chance for that. We're going into a break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, and our next matchup is going to be Light versus Snow. This is going to be very exciting. Snow, he's got the Reaver control, he's got the macro, he's got the carriers, but he's going up against by far the best Terran right now in Light. This guy can play all types of styles. He can harass you to death. He can play for the long game. He can hit the timings. And we're getting a look at Snow's stats. 60% win rate versus Terran, so pretty freaking good.
By the way, Nyoken, I can't stop thinking about last game and that Spire timing compared to the Stargate. And he was so behind. Like, I swear to God, in my games, when that happens, I lose like 5 overlords minimum.
Yeah, Soulkey did a really good job to hide them all. He put a couple of them just in the back of his base, and I guess Best wasn't willing to commit that far. Like, I guess he didn't want to get stuck back there and potentially get flanked by Scourge. But yeah, he did a really good job to salvage that position he was in. And looking at Light stats here, also a 60% win rate versus Protoss. And you can see in his last 10 games, 8-2.
Yeah, Light is looking like last season he's looking so strong against Protoss. At some point, I was like, this guy just figured out Protoss because like he's beating him with rush, with timings, with macro games, with the split games, like any build you mentioned. The only one we're missing really for him to beat Protoss is just making only SCVs.
Yeah, there was a season I think in KSL where he was playing Protoss. And I guess that season really opened up his eyes to some of the timings that Protoss has. Like, okay, well, if I'm Terran and I see you, or if I'm Terran and I see Protoss has this, well, they can't necessarily have this anymore. I think it really gave him some insight into how much Protoss can actually have, and now he's just a beast versus Protoss. Playing other races can really enhance your skill, really open up your mind quite a bit, and there's no doubt in my mind that this is going to be an epic game, especially on Sylphid, which tends to have epic games. And our players are ready, so let's get into our second series, find out who's going to be facing off versus Best in the winners match. And in the mid-left, our yellow Protoss, it is Snow. And in the top middle, a previous ASL champion, it is Light.
By the way, Sylphid is, I would say, a very balanced map.
Yes.
But I think you can find the imbalance when it comes to what position you get and where you to spend and how can you actually like drop me or recall me. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree with that, and I agree that I think that this is one of the most balanced maps. I think it's actually near 50% win rate for Terran versus Protoss. And yeah, it does come down to where you spawns. Like, I actually think Snow got a good spawn here for where Light spawned. The reason I say that is he can just fly directly into the main with his Reaver. It's going to be very easy to come in from that angle, and we know Snow's very deadly with that. So I'm liking the spawn positioning for Snow. Now we do have Pylon coming down, and gotta tell you, Eonzerg, I'm hoping we see a 12 Nexus, because I don't think we've really seen any 12 Nexuses this season.
Sylphid?
Yeah, it's not happening. I'm sad.
Yeah, no, I was like, on Sylphid? Is that common? Because like the rush distance to me seems like super like.
Yeah, I think on Sylphid it's probably not the wisest choice because of, like you said, the rush distance being quite close. But 12 Nexus is just so hard to stop in general. I don't think you can necessarily go wrong going for it if you end up wanting to try and play risky like that. We're getting a look at recent stats. Round of 16, 24, and then round of 8 for Snow. Meanwhile, round of 8s and then winner in season 13 for Light. So he's looking to get back into that finals position like he did a couple seasons ago.
Man, Light is doing a good job like holding this worker.
Yeah, he is. That probe, the probe and drone micro is just always so nuts whenever I watch it. Like, they just turn around like a vulture and they deal so much damage. And Snow, meanwhile, on his side of the map, nothing unusual. I actually think a Zealot's coming, but it hasn't popped out just yet.
I mean, it will be out by now, no?
There it is. Just now
Oh,
popped out.
yeah.
So it is going to be a Zealot attack. However, Light does have really good Marine control, as expected. When you get to this level, you got to have great Marine control. Otherwise, you're just going to outright die sometimes to a single Zealot. Back in Snow's main, I did notice that there is no range being upgraded just yet. That's a fake, by the way. That was 100 gas spent. Look at that probe.
Yeah.
Cancelled.
But why fake it? He's going to make Nexus.
Yeah, he might want to rush the Nexus fast, or if this SCV gets taken out, maybe he could pull out something really weird, like one base Robo. I don't think Snow's someone like that, but you never know, and it is just going to be a fast Nexus.
Oh my god, Nexus. But yeah, Lai is going to make a bunker or a CC. Yeah, okay. He's going to spend for himself. So it's pretty much the same, right?
Well, he's got to be careful.
Wait, Nyoken, this is dangerous.
Yeah, it's only 3 Marines, but he does have the Vulture out in time. We'll see if he can actually push this back. I always struggle really hard to push back exactly this 1 Zealot, 1 Goon versus with just 3 Marines and a Vulture, but so far he's done a lot of damage to that Dragoon.
Like, it's crazy to me how much PvT or TVP evolved. Like, I remember back then, Terra man used to make like 6 Marines, Vultures, mine to defend this. And there is a reason.
Yeah, that's the reason right there, because he loses 3 Marines to just 1 Zealot. Forces out a bunker, forces out an SCV pull. But the Vulture does get out, and that is a pretty darn fast Robo, I gotta say, Eonzerg. That's like 20 seconds faster than usual, and at this level, 20 seconds can be a big deal. If he's late on his turret, we know that Snow will rack up a lot of kills with his Reavers in general, but if you're lacking a turret, you might just be outright dead.
Nyoken, do you see the Cybercore spinning? I don't think he made range.
Nope, he skipped range to rush that Robo. But that means that he's going to be vulnerable to a type of timing like this. We've got 1 tank, 3 Marines. This is such a weird move, but this is actually very smart because right now, Protoss doesn't have that much.
I mean, lie, bro. Like, do you have Sharingan? How do you know this?
I don't know, because think about his SCV. It got pushed back, like, as soon as it got in the base. Yet somehow
he knows there is no range now, and he's checking that with the Vulture.
Yeah, I guess he just knows, man. But that Reaver's going to be out so quickly that I don't know if this is actually going to be a successful attack. For now, he's pushing. He knows that there's no range. He picks off the hurt Dragoon, and that means that the Natural is going to start racking up some probe kills. There goes 2, 3.
Nyoken, this is really good damage.
Oh my. Yeah, this is crazy amounts of damage. Like, I would never make this move. I just lost 3 Marines. You're going to tell me Terran's going to go for a timing with 1 tank and 3 Marines and actually get damage done? I would never believe you.
I mean, thanks God there is a Reaver now. But still, this is so much damage. Like, Lai is already, like, set to welcome this Reaver in his base, I guess.
Oh, that Goon's dead. That Goon's gonna die. He can't move. Oh my gosh. What do you do now? There's mines at the top, so the Reaver can't engage over there, really. You can just run away from the Reaver, and he's got a Vulture at the bottom. Meanwhile, there's probably also a Vulture at the Natural, preventing that. And now, Light is just catapulted into the lead. Not necessarily super high in supply, but he's got both of his bases running. He's got his eBay done now. He's got an armory already done, so he can build Goliath.
Oh man, it's so much damage, Nyoken. I'm almost crying for the Protoss right now.
I am also, because I thought that this was an amazing build order, but it backfires, and he even gets an additional probe.
Please don't drop the Reaver in the mine, because you're going to explode all your workers, bro. Like, stop.
Well, look at that. That's a Stargate that's almost done. I don't hate it. I think when you're this far behind, you've just got to pray that this guy's not going to go for a timing. Unfortunately for him, when you open with this 1 fact super fast armory, you're always going into fast 3 factories. So if there's any type of scan or if he has his spidey senses tingling and thinks that this guy's going carriers, more than likely this 3-fact's going to turn into 5-fact, and we're going to get a good timing.
It's crazy to me because, in my opinion, he can even afford this, but okay. Anyway, Light, he knows how much damage he did. Like, he's not going to like just sit there and watch how the Protoss come back.
Yeah, he's definitely not, but look at that. The Observer does find the sweet spot right there, and you know Snow's going to take advantage of this one vulnerability in the defense. And once he gets in, it can't be just buying time. He's got to kill a lot of SCVs. He's got to shut down like the depots. He's got to shut down maybe the armory. But with more and more tanks being pumped out and sieging up like that, it looks like that vulnerability is come and gone. Oh, maybe not.
He's open. He's open. He got into the main. I mean, like two good Scarabots, and we're back.
Yeah, he desperately needed to get a connection right there, but not able to. At least he's gonna save the Reaver and get out, but he's down 10 supply. He does have double Stargate though. Somehow he's able to afford this. I think he literally just has 3 goons. Like, there's just no ground army at all. He's heavily relying on the Reaver to keep everything back. Yeah, look at that. It's 2 goons. That's it.
Gang is coming for Light. Probably he's not going to use it right away.
This is actually, I think, the best case scenario that Snow could have hoped for. Terran actually built a 3rd command center and is going for a dropship, and he gets to confirm it with the shuttle. There's the scan, and now Light realizes he's been duped, that this guy's actually just powering like crazy, trying to get his carrier count up to a manageable number to try and stave off an attack.
But wait a moment, Nyoken, because now I'm a bit confused. Are you telling me Protoss has a chance to come back after like swoosh early game?
Well, I still think Light is at a heavy advantage, but he is going to allow Protoss to actually get into a scary amount of carriers. Like, it's not just going to be 2. Like, if he had gone for a 5 or 6 fact timing and it just gone right now, there's no way in hell he would ever stop this. But the fact that he's expanded,
moving out.
Yeah, he is going to go for it. I think this is a smart move. Even with just 4 factories and a 3rd command center, he's still going to have a lot of units.
Dropship is coming to the tier base. I don't think he can deny it because there is still a Reaver going around.
Yeah, wait. I don't know where that shuttle is though. It's still, I think, hanging around. Yeah, there it is. So the dropship could shut down at least mining at the 3rd base, or potentially a vulture drop in the main could be great, because I don't think there's a good Sim City there, and I don't think there's cannons set up.
Oh man, Light just playing with advantage. I was expecting, to be honest, him to be like more aggressive, but he's playing conservative right now. I'm afraid he give time to Snow to build these carriers, because when the carriers get to scary numbers 5 to 6, well, you are in big trouble.
Yep, and there's that vulture drop, but unfortunately the Reaver just now unloaded. Of course it's gonna
okay.
cut.
That is beautiful, to be honest, Light. Dodging the Scarabots like that is beautiful. Boxer will be proud.
He would be. That was really well done. And that 3rd base really isn't effectively mining. Light still has a 15 supply lead, and he did rush his armory, so +2 weapon should be kicking in relatively soon. And look at the army. It's just pitiful. It's pitiful. The entire army is basically just these 3 carriers and Reaver, and I just don't think you can hold. Like, you gotta have some ground army, and Snow just doesn't have any at all.
Not only that, he's so unlucky that the Protoss army is like actually in the Terran tier.
Yeah, he's gonna try and counterattack. I think this is about as good as you can do, because you can't engage the army of Light. Like, that's just not gonna happen. So for now, he's just gonna buy time. He's gonna lose his natural, of course. He's got to at least kill this command center, though. If you're going to go for this counterattack, you've got to at least get the command center or all the SCVs.
I mean, I saw a bunker in the natural. I don't think these 3 cars can kill that bunker, to be honest.
Maybe not. The Goliaths, I'd like to get a click on their upgrades, because I think Protoss only has +1, and Terran should have 2-1. But as I stated, the carrier count now is at 4. Like, that is a decent number. The Vultures are not going to get damage done onto this Reaver at the bottom, though.
Yeah, but the more time goes, the more I think Snow is going to fall.
Yeah, and I'm just now realizing, first off, the supply block, which is huge, but losing the natural was the only second gas that Snow had. So right now, even if he wanted to, he can't build any additional carriers. He just doesn't have the gas for it.
Man, what a game for Snow to start with, to be honest. Like mentally, he's going to need to take some deep breaths and work on his karma.
Yeah, I really did like the build order in the beginning. I think it was genius, but unfortunately, Light just mind gamed him right there, with the poker sense, he's on the next level over Snow apparently, and just hit him right when he was vulnerable. And now a carrier falls, so we're never going to get to the critical mass of 6, which is what a lot of Protosses look for. It's just going to be 3 or 4, and at this point, really, we're just waiting for Light to consolidate his army. Probably just pure Goliath can win this fight. Oh, goodbye, Shuttle.
Goodbye, Shuttle.
Oh, goodbye, Reaver. That thing died instantly. There goes another carrier. There's the GG. And what looked like a great opener from Snow ends up backfiring, and that means we've got Light versus Snow as our winner's match.
Man, when I watch these games, I see this guy winning like that. I really want to try Terra, man. Still, I struggle so much playing as a self player against Protoss. When I see these Terra players just making this small move and 2 units, 3 units, micro, blah blah. I mean, and this guy, poor guy, man, he's looking so solid, one of the best Protoss right now, and it almost gives me the vibe I got watching Barracks against Zero.
Yeah, it's so true, man. And there's just so many little things that they understand that you just never will understand. Why did he attack there? I don't know. How does he always position his units in the right spot? I don't know. Just the great Terran versus Protoss players, it's unreal how easy they make it look. It makes Terran look super imba, and Light, he's looking menacing as ever. As I stated before the series even started, this guy's easily got the best TVP. So he's going to be facing off versus another strong Protoss opponent in the winner's match. But that Protoss player is also going to have a tough time. Even though the styles are different, Light's still going to fare very well versus Gateway Man.
This is going to be hype, Nyoken.
Yeah. Well, we've got the Hot 6 commercial, of course, so we'll be going into a break in a few minutes. But Best versus Light, this is definitely going to be very different than how Snow plays. Best is someone that doesn't really go high-tier units like carriers. Sometimes he'll go for a lot of arbors, but generally he just maxes out real quick. But sometimes I do see him play Reavers. Not that often, though, so we'll see how Light will respond to that type of play. I actually have troubles myself playing versus Gateway Man, getting a third base when they build an overwhelming amount of units. And I wonder if that's what Best is going to go for. Just try and keep Light stuck on 2 bases and just make him run out of money.
Yeah, I think Reavers are important. Even if you don't really commit to do damage in the main and stuff like that, but just for contention, Reavers play a good role in the matchup. Just using 2 shuttles, dropping 2 Reavers outside a breach, or small details like that, or to deny an expansion. They are always very useful. Obviously, when do you have a Reaver in your hands, do you have also the danger of committing a mistake and losing that shuttle on the Reaver, and it can cost gains, So I feel Protoss they have it's 2-edged sword where it can be really good or it can be a disaster.
Yeah, you're heavily reliable on the Reaver buying you time to power up, whether it's gateways or carriers, but it can deal a lot of damage for sure. I kind of wish we had gotten Dark Origin for our last game, because if Snow could have just sat on the bridges with his Reavers, I think he would have bought way more time compared to Sylphid, for example. But we may still see Best try and go for that, because I'm sure Dark Origin's not going to get banned in our next series. Now, that was an interesting hot 6 chug right there. I don't think I've ever seen anybody in the crowd do that.
Yeah, no, to be honest, what is coming now, guys, is totally different. It's a best of 3. Like, it's not the same. Like, last game, there is a lot of pressure because it's one game. Like, now, actually, we are going to see what can really the brain prepares for a series.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to see if somebody will actually exploit that back pathway on Dark Origin. We've seen it. We've seen the map so many times, but for example, I haven't seen anybody go for like a double tank drop there and then like siege the probe line. I'd really like to see somebody go for that. I think we've only seen one time someone unload vultures and then run into the main. So I'm hoping we get some type of harassment on there. And of course, we want 7-6, but doubtful that that's going to happen. But as far as a third map, what are you looking for?
Imagine a 7-6, man, light against Best. That's going to be so hype. Like, could be. I mean, yeah, break.
And we are back. We've got our winners match coming right up. It is Best versus Light. Best looked great versus Soulkey, and Light, with the nice timing, gave him a huge lead versus Snow, and he was able to claim the victory. We are now just waiting to see what our maps are. Find out whether we're going to finally get a 7-6 game. I don't think so, but probably going to have another Dark Origin one.
Yeah, man. I promise to you, Light against Snow will be like super crazy. I mean, it was crazy, but not in the way I was thinking.
Yeah, I was not expecting it to go that way, especially after that Zealot Goon combo killed 3 of the Marines, but Light didn't let it get to him. He continued with his planned build, and I just don't know how he knew that it was a skipped range robo, but he had some insight, I guess, into Snow's likely follow-up. And we do have... Oh my god! How did that happen? And you know what makes it even better, Eonzerg? Is it's not set 3. That means we get it 100%.
Oh my god, please, can we skip like game 1 already?
Yeah, just skip that. I just want to see 7-6, man.
Who cares about set 1?
Wow, this is gonna be crazy, and I'm excited that it's this player, this Terran player, that's giving us 7-6, because when Ringing Bloom was a map, he was pulling out Wraith Marine Medic sometimes. I saw him do it versus Bisu and win, so this is gonna be very exciting. But of course, we're a little ahead of ourselves. Our first map is gonna be Retro. And in the bottom right, our blue Protoss. It is Best. And in the bottom
we
left,
were so high up, like, yeah, wow. I'm like, well, now we're going to see Retro.
Yeah, we got to get through Retro first, Eonzerg. So this is a standard map. Well, I think pretty standard. The third bases look pretty far to me. It kind of reminds me of Fighting Spirit a little, and how far away they are, and how small the bases are overall. But he did spawn at a good position at mid-left, so I think it will be hard for Best to deny that mid-left expansion. So I think we're likely going to get into a big macro game.
Man, this map and these expansions, like, to be honest, like, I don't know how Terran do it on this map. Like, these expansions are so easy to punish.
Yeah, it's really hard. Like, there's a reason that a lot of Terran players veto Fighting Spirit, because of how hard it is to just deal with attacking up a ramp. The base is so small it's hard to defend. And then we have actually our most recent series between these two was in season 10, where actually Best won 3-2 overall. We actually have Best also with the 3rd highest win rate in PvT. No shocker to me there. And we do have a forward racks from Light just a little bit. Most likely this is going to be just a normal 12 gas.
Well, that far could be also CC.
It's gasless. It is indeed, unless he's going to go for some type of hybrid opener. You know, a couple years ago, I do remember some Terran players were experimenting with this, with something like a 14 gas, 16 gas, and we are going to have a big macro opener from Light, and it's going to be on Best to do something about it.
Yeah, by the way, it's great that Best is not scouting him first, but with the DCP timing now, he's probably going to know where Light is.
Yeah, if he had scouted him first, we probably would have seen the hybrid opener, like I said, because Terran does not want to get gas stolen while going for gasless. That's 100% a disaster. So luckily for Light, he is going to be able to go his command center and then go into gas. I don't think that the probe can get there in time. And we do have, I think Best has skipped the Zealot this time. So it is just going to be normal Goon opener.
Yeah, that worker is coming, Nyoken. Do you think it's getting in the May or no?
I don't think so. I think he's just going to back off. I think it's smarter to just save the probe, because when you know where the probe is in your main, obviously, you don't have to worry about proxy. Whereas now, Terran has to kind of guess, okay, are you going in Axis or are you hiding something? Best still has that option. And right now the probe looks like it could potentially go for that, but I think he's just going to expand normally.
Yeah, because that's usually the way the worker goes to the other base. So.
Yeah, and look at this. This SCV that I thought got scouted by the Dragoon actually did not. So he's going to be able to actually come in and go for a secondary scout, whether it's to scout the main or get intel onto the Nexus timing. He's going to be able to do both of them. And the Goon, he's looking for him, but he's not going to find him.
Nyoken, that Nexus is coming so late, to be honest.
Yeah, he built a third pylon and an additional Goon, and now he's building a Nexus. This, I'm not too sure about. I feel like Light is just going to have a massive eco lead with this move, but at least Best is not cutting Goons, so he will be able to harass the bunker quite a bit. But if he's going to do that, he needs to get over there pretty quickly. Best has a lot of gas. Like, he already has 300 gas, and I can see he's setting up to build something, so it must be the Robo.
It must be the robot, but Light with the 2 factories follow-up. I mean, this is looking to do a perfect 5 factories timing, if you ask me.
Yeah, this is the normal opener for Light every single time he goes for a 2-fact follow-up. Well, almost every single time. And oftentimes he even skips range. He's willing to just micro his tank under the barracks and try and go for just vultures or more tanks as a follow-up. He really does not like to get siege if he doesn't have to. And we do have that secondary scout, like I was saying. That SCV is going to see everything.
Oh my god, like, Best can be happy about this. He can't.
We do have the double add-on for Light. No upgrades just yet, so he hasn't really signaled to us whether it's going to be vultures or tanks just yet.
You know, like, now, like, Light can actually skip so much. Like, he doesn't even need to make academy. Like, he can keep building SCVs. It's going to be so easy for him.
Yeah, this is also only 2 goons harassing. A lot of times you see players going for 4 goon harass, so the SCVs aren't really even having to repair them. There's the 4 goons now. And 4 goons is the number you want to 2-shot the tank, so Light does need to be careful, but the way the bunker is placed makes it seem like it's pretty awkward for goons to get in here. Also, those bones at the bottom by the barracks allows or forces the goons to not be able to get great surface area, so got to be careful. And we do actually see that this is multiple tanks, so it is going to be a tank marine vulture rally push.
Yeah, engineering bay. Wait, is he going to scout, like, spend there? No way, right? What is that worker doing?
At bottom middle?
No, do you see the worker going to the mid?
To the mid? He's going to expand? No, there's no way he's expanding in the middle. He may be trying to hide a base at top middle. That could be a sneaky move. Oh, he took mid right.
Okay, maybe he's just going to... I mean, is that just to scout the Parmentier base? No way, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what this is for. Maybe to put a pylon over there, maybe intercept a drop potentially, or yeah, like you said, just to scout the third base. But despite this 3-tank opener, he's actually not gone for a push. I guess he recognized that the Robo was a little bit too fast, so he's just going to play defensively. I love his turret placement, and I do like his armory timing also. He's really allowing his econ to kick in, not getting an armory too fast and not getting his gas too fast. So he's still going to have about a 13-minute timing, and he's going to max out really quickly.
Yeah, man, Light didn't really stop making SCVs. Like, he's building SCVs for 7 minutes non-stop. Like, I can't imagine what number he gets, because he's like not even making scans.
Oh my gosh, he almost catches the probe. Oh, he does get the probe. He's going to get 3, 4, 5 easily. So that was a great interception there. And whenever you see Terran up in supply already at 8 minutes, Protoss is in big trouble. Look at that command center just be built over to the side.
Best like, if you ask me, have nothing going on for him, man. Like, so far, it's been very unlucky.
Yeah, he needs to get something done with this Reaver, because right now the goons I don't think have put on enough pressure onto the bunker. He hasn't gotten a Reaver drop into the main to deal any damage. He definitely cannot let this third base go up for free. That's for sure. That would be ridiculous. Terran gets away with gasless and a third base, basically at the same time as Protoss taking his own third base. That's a disaster for Best.
This is for sure the most easy tier base I have seen in my life for a Terran player against Protoss.
Yeah, he just walked up there and took it. And we do have speed kicking in on the shuttle, so now finally he may be feeling confident to actually get in here. But there's already tanks set up, so double Reaver, it gets one SCV kill. Oh, that tank almost got a shot off.
Yeah, but this is not going to accomplish anything.
Yeah, right now he's just canceling some turrets. I can tell you, Terran is not phased by this at all. I do see Protoss is taking a fourth base at top right, so that's great. He's still going to get a lot of econ, or still get a lot of bases, so he'll have a lot of econ coming in. We've got Citadel coming up at 9:30, so that's quite late. That means we're going to have very late Arbiter, or most likely that means that this is going to be just Templars and shuttles.
Yeah, I was thinking about that because it makes no sense to make the Arbiter that late.
Yeah, really if you're going to go Arbiters, you need Citadel around 7 minutes, because any later than that, you're just only going to have one stasis, and Terran just really doesn't care about one stasis. Somehow that Vulture survives. I don't know how that's possible, because I thought Reaver shots, even if you're running away, deal 50 damage. But somehow he's Iron Man. He's just unable to die.
Man, best cannon, putting cannons everywhere just to avoid the Vulture drop or anything like that. I like he's doing a good pressure with the Reavers, like just not committing, just cleaning mines. Like if you look at the map, it's very clean at the moment. At least he's doing a good job in that aspect. But I mean, like 3 bases on touch. Timings for light are going to be so insane.
Wow, look at that. That's a quadruple depot placement. If Protoss attacks into that and just keeps going in there and loses his whole army, I won't know what to say. Like, there's just so much static D here. Is he gonna really go for this? That's okay. He's gonna unload shuttles, but look at the goons just can't help during this fight.
Oh my god, that was so smart. Like he actually like just avoid the tanks from attacking the Vulture.
Oh my! I can't believe Best went for that. And somehow, what I can't believe even more is that the goons actually get in. The Zealots all die. Is that 2 tanks? Am I watching this correctly? Somehow there's only 2 tanks here, and he does breach the third base?
What I don't understand is why is Best going down with the Dragoons?
I think he wanted to pick off the tanks at a better angle, but yeah, the tanks would have been firing from the low ground onto the high ground. Feels like that was a little of an overextension there, but he did surprisingly trade well. He's up in supply now. It did buy him time to scale into higher tech units, resetting the tank count, but Terran's already on 7. Oh my god, Cloaked Wraith.
I mean, Nyoken, yeah, a good trade. He lose 3 shuttles, man, and he lose so much army.
Yeah, he did lose a lot.
I don't think like. What do you think? Like, Light really lose the tanks? Do you think like he lose huge amount? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think he lost that much. It did reset the tank count, so it does buy him a little bit of time. Like, Terran's never feeling confident to move out with like 3 or 4 tanks, let's say. And you're really feeling pretty good once you reach like between 10 and 15. So at least it bought him like a minute or 2 minutes of time to rebuild his army. But he's going to have no idea that this is actually Cloaked Wraith. And that means that Shuttle Man needs to turn into Observer Man. Because if he doesn't see those wraiths coming, those shuttles are going to die really quickly.
Oh man, at the same time, Grace is such a weak unit.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's just like one mistake, and one little mistake, Nyoken, and he can lose all of them.
Yeah, I think one storm actually kills it. So he does need to be very careful with them. Also, you got to consider that they're expensive also. A Wraith is actually the same cost as a tank. So if you're going to be building a Wraith, you better get value out of it, because tanks, you know for sure, are going to get value. Now, the Wraith Vessel combo is interesting. He's looking for the observers, but there aren't any. You know, actually, Best is someone that really lacks on observers. That's one thing that I do worry about when I watch him play, because now we see the minefield being set up, and if he just moves willy-nilly through the center, he could eat a few mines. Like
yeah.
that.
Yeah. No, it's really a hard position for Best, in my opinion. Like Light Eco being so good the whole game, that I have this feeling that Best, if he trades bad, that's it for him.
Oh yeah, especially now that Light's taking a 4th base. He did show his cloak on his Wraith though, so that may obligate Best to try and make something happen before his shuttles get picked off, and here he comes. But unfortunately, the Wraiths are just sitting right there. Somehow the shuttles will unload, and there's no tanks here. So again, we may have another bust at mid-left, but this time around, Terran is almost maxed. However, that's great placement of the Templars. He's going to be able to storm the ramp. Oh my god, he kills basically entire SCV line. Really good storms right there.
I mean, the little things, Nyoken, it's crazy to me that 2 High Templars did more damage than everything that Best throw at Light.
Yeah, those 5 depots are just doing work. The Sim City is so hard to get through. I like how Best is taking top left, because what this does is if Terran ever attacks top left, well, that opens up the 3rd base, opens up the 4th base, but Light doesn't care about that base. He realizes, hey, you use almost all your energy. Oh, and an EMP would have been amazing, but I don't think he has that upgrade. However, 3-2 is going to be kicking in pretty soon, and Terran is almost all the way to the natural and 4th base. Or 3rd base.
I'm really curious how Light is going to progress. Like, is he just like to close Protoss here and attack at top right?
Yeah, he's probably going to set up a contain, like you said, but actually the tanks aren't far enough to cut off reinforcements. So I'm not sure exactly what this is, because now there's really not that big of an army at top right, and these are isolated tanks. Like, these could just get shuttle bombed to death. Yet somehow Terran has gotten it in position on this 4th base. He's going to knock this down, but Best's going to go for a counterattack. Mines are set up nicely. Shuttles don't unload just yet. Really good trades for Terran.
Yeah, like he's killing so much Nyoken. Like, wow, now he's killing the top expansions as well, and most of the silos.
Yeah, and actually that command center was not intended to go to bottom middle. He was floating it towards the center of the map. I guess he wants to take that mineral only, play it kind of similar to Fighting Spirit. Now, that's a lot of defense right here. Best, you got to run, man. There's no way that this can work. There's so many vultures, so many tanks. Look at the units get clumped up at that choke also. An absolute massacre.
Man, did Best book it or what? What was that? It's just like right-click his army to Terran base and expected to kill like Light like that. Like, the whole army was there.
Yeah, he thought that the majority of the army was at top right, but that just wasn't the case. This is like a very well split up 50-50 army, and yeah, he just had so much there to defend it easily. Now Protoss has been reset down to basically, what, 2 base mining with his natural and mid right? Yes, he has top left, but there's no probes up there.
It's looking so hard now for Best. And not only that, the danger is that the top right army can keep advancing. I don't know what is the next move for the army, but if it actually regroups with the other one, there is not enough army for Protoss to deal with that.
Yeah, this is just like in Terran versus Zerg. You don't want to let Terran's Bio Ball sync up with the 3rd and 4th group, and Protoss has done that. And unless he hits the storms of his life, oh my god, the goons are already dead. He's got to try and save it. Like, he can't wait. Here he comes, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. Look at that vulture. Try and draw the units to the right side. Supplies are in favor of Light. 3-2 is about to kick in. Preuss does have 2-1, but the EMP just hit both the Templars.
Light's looking incredible, man. I can't even like believe my eyes. It's like he just understands every single second of TVP right now.
It's crazy. Like, he just absolutely mows him down. This was a fantastic engagement. Supplies have plummeted. And look at how fast he just goes and kills these bases. He just wins a fight and he's already at your third base. Mid-right's about to be dead, while also the natural's about to be dead, and bottom middle's about to be dead. Like, that's how fast these Terran players can push. And there it is. GG. Well done from Light, and he easily takes game 1.
Well, now, okay, I saw that guy splitting tanks like they were Hydras.
Yeah.
And I saw an expansion in the mid. I mean, holy shit. Nyoken. What was that?
He's so good, dude. He's so good. But at the same time, like, these attacks from Best, I feel like they were massive mistakes at mid-left. The Storm Drop, yes, mid-left, that was great. But he lost a lot there going for that. And when you're playing someone like Light, maybe you can make like one mistake, but multiple mistakes? No. He's going to just outright kill you if you do that.
This guy, I mean, that game was incredible. Like, even if Best, like, I will say it was not the best game, but like Light looks so incredible in, like, now I'm thinking like maybe Snow didn't play so bad at all. Like, just Light is like so ahead of everyone right now in the matchup.
Yeah, he's just unbelievable in Terran versus Protoss. I don't even fault Best for that counterattack at the natural that we saw, because I would also be thinking like, okay, the entire army's top right. It has to be, but it was just not the case. This guy right here, he knows how to crush it in the macro, and he knows how to manage his units defensively every single time. And now if you're Best here, this is a guy that really does try to exploit his speed of unit positioning, moving around the map, and how fast he can macro. And he was just not able to make that work. So now, what's he going to try and come up with on game 2 on a map that's incredibly weird?
Yeah, I'm expecting this to be so crazy, Nyoken. We are going to see. I mean, I hope it's not a Bishop game, but yeah, I'm expecting to see like a huge macro fest all over the place with multiple drops. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, I do hope that we get an exciting game. I'm really hoping that this is Wraith Marine Medic, but I don't know if you can support that on one gas. Like I said, Light was trying it out on Ringing Bloom, and I saw multiple games of him versus Bisu, so let's see if he will try and opt for that style again. And in the top left, our red Protoss, it is Best. And in the top right, it is Light.
Look at these mechanics. Look at these guys getting so much minerals right now.
Yeah, this is definitely a very cool feature of the map. I hope we get to see it on more maps. I would really like to see how that will change the meta. And right now, I'm just looking very diligently to see if anybody will send out like a quick worker, try and go for like proxy racks or proxy gate. Right now we don't see anybody doing that, and these mineral patches actually last for about a minute, so these players are going to continue to mine it up as fast as possible. And we do have Nexus first, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Oh, I actually thought it was going to be a 9 Nexus, but it's going to be the pylon first. And we do have
9 Nexus. I never seen that.
Yeah, that'd be a bit wild. Well, look at that.
Oh, but Light is not thinking the same that Best is thinking.
Yeah, and when you go for a fast Nexus like this versus somebody that's going 10 gas, 10 racks on a map where your build is already streamlined, the question now to me is, will Best actually be able to get up a robo in time to funnel units over here to mid-left to save it? Assuming Terran goes for drops, which I think is likely.
By the way, Nyoken, do you see that worker now? That is like having a Terran worker. That worker can do anything else right now.
Which worker?
In the suspension, in the proto suspension. He's just trapped. He can come back to mine. He can maybe, you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that he can't come back to mine. Well, there's the factory, Eonzerg. And in Light's main, he's continuing to mine gas. I think he is, at least.
Versus Scout Force Best.
Alright, well, Probe is going to get in here, and he is going to see that there is a wall. But I don't think he can really tell too much from this.
Maybe the barrack timing on the Marine?
Yeah, he
He can tell there is no expansion, no?
Well, yeah, he can tell there's no expansion, but 76 without a gas at your natural, do you even really want to take that base as Terran? I'm not sure. Like, this is such a weird dynamic. We do have the first Marine moving out, and there is no second factory. So I imagine that this could be... I imagine that this actually could be two starport, and there it is. So this is going to be Wraith, at least. We don't know if it's going to be Marine Medic, but this is what I was hoping to see. And like I said, this is the player that I wanted to see it from, because he can actually get victories with the Wraith play.
Look at that Marine denying access to the expansion now. But it's like, this guy is taking that. It's a million only.
Well, SCV coming in. Target firing that probe. Will the Zealot get here in time? And he does. And he gets in position.
Good job by Best denying that scouting.
Wow, this is so weird. He's even floating his factory. This makes me think he's going to land it in Best base. And then while he's harassing with Wraith, he's also going to try and harass the probe line at the main. So
that would be too crazy, Nyoken, man.
This is Light, man. He's got the multitask.
No, I mean, like, no, that's too crazy.
Okay, well, I guess you're right, because that factory has not committed to it. But we do have the Zealot moving across, and he's going to see, well, there's no tank, there's no vulture, there's no command center. You're building more Marines. That's weird. That's an academy, by the way, that just went down.
I mean, Best is making a forge, so like he's not going to be on time to make cannons.
Yeah, it's not going to be on time, but also there's no cloak just yet, so this is fine. I actually really like Best's play right here. It's different.
No, but the expansion is exposed.
Yeah, but Wraith doesn't have necessarily the highest DPS, so I think he'll take minimal damage here. There's the cannon. And, well, can two Wraiths cancel this? Okay, maybe he will kill a decent amount of workers here.
Yeah, he's focusing on the workers right now, not really focusing on the cannon. So I guess that expansion was going to be fine after all. And what do you think is next for this live build? I'm not really getting the picture.
I think it's Marine Medic all in. I think he's going to use a lot of the Wraiths to soak up hits, and then the real damage is the Marine Medic. And actually, those two Wraiths did a surprising amount of damage. I thought that the cannon would come up faster. And we do have the first observer, but that's another probe going down. And if we look at the supply, it's almost dead even, despite Protoss getting away with the 12 Nexus.
Oh, now you can see. I see Academy now, but I see that CB going out. I think he's going to make a CC.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to make a CC. But that Academy was blinking, right? I think I saw Stim upgrade, but maybe he just got the Academy for the Comsat so he could start sniping the observers?
Maybe. Okay.
I don't know what happened.
That is CB got the stack. What?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. And is he just stuck now? Okay, he's stuck now.
I'm not sure. I don't think he can come back.
Well, that makes me think that Oh, actually, he may be just sitting there so he can stack up the race.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Nice brain play by Light, Jesus.
Yeah, the observer comes in and he does see what's going on. There's a scan though, and the factory with the add-on now means that it's not just going to be Marine Medic play. It is probably going to be like a Tank Wraith Marine Medic play, maybe? We'll see what... Okay, well, is that another command center going down at top left? That is. So actually, we're just going to have a lot of bases.
Yeah, I would say that best eco, even with that great damage, is still on turbo. It's on turbo mode. Light being so annoying with this Grace right now. Oh my god.
Yep, and he's got the magic number to one-shot probes. Goodbye. And this is a map where you can't even get Dragoons down to the low ground. However, is the bunker going to be in time? I actually don't think the bunker is going to be in time. So these Dragoons may actually be able to rack up some kills, but there's no detection. So the race should be able to save the day.
Oh, these Dragoons, man. Oh, Nyoken. I think, oh my god, he actually saved the day.
Yep, Wraiths do save the day. He's going to kill one of the Dragoons, maybe two of the Dragoons. Doesn't even kill the bunker. The Observer's coming, but I think he's going to have another scan available. Oh, look at that focus fire. Okay, he does lose a race, so that was a good pick off. Now the threat of losing your workers to one shot from the Wraith is kind of down, and instantly he goes into a dropship. Goodbye, Observer, though. Ooh, we got another one.
Oh, okay. That dropship, I'm not really sure what is that dropship hidden. Is that to transfer SCVs? I think he needs that for SCVs, yeah.
He's going to drop top left, but eliminating those two Wraiths is a big deal. It really does make it a lot harder to deal with shuttles, a lot harder to deal with one-shotting the Observers. So the Observer does spot that a command center is here and shuttle is being moved over here. So now I think Light needs to scramble to get some Marine Medic or tank up there to make sure that this base can get up and running.
Well, he's making more Grace. I think this base is going to be fine. But I'm not really like... What is going on for best? Like, he's going to...
Oh my gosh.
Just keep the Dragon Chatter composition?
Yeah, I don't know what his comp is going to be because this is such a weird position to be in. Like, he's had to build so many Observers, so many Dragoons. I don't think he's really been able to scale. Okay, there's the answer. He's going to go into multiple Robos.
Because I think he needs to deal with this Grace somehow. Like, he can just like let Light to kill shuttle after shuttle like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what he wants to do. He's got double robotics, so it makes me think that he is going to shuttle bomb top middle, but he gets scanned instantly, and now he loses his Observer, and he's going to try and go into a Citadel.
But it's a game of numbers. I guess if he just like made multiple robots, like he can make multiple servers all in macro mode, I guess it's going to be harder and harder for Light to keep doing what he's doing. That now, right now, he's picking one by one.
Yeah, I think that is true. We do have 3 factories coming down. The bunker and race are already set up here. Oh, is he gonna go? Wow, he almost already in. Oh, is it a bait? Is he trying to draw the race out of position? And it is. He's gonna try and come in through the back, but the race are already here, and the goons already took a massive hit. Where's the Observer? He needs the Observer. Wow, the bunker doing so much damage, and the SCV timing was perfect. The SCV drop flank actually catches all of the Dragoons, and now he's gonna catch all of the Observers too. Nope, actually not.
Yeah, but this time the defense to the server was better. I don't know. I feel like Best is actually like figuring out how to actually deal with this. Yeah, I'm feeling like now it's going to be harder and harder for Light to deny expansions from Protoss, and that's is probably the main goal is to who takes the more bases and is able to defend it.
Yeah, and wow, look at that depot wall. He's definitely making sure nothing gets in there. And my issue for Terran right now is Terran's had to build so many Wraiths that if you actually look at the factory count, it's really low. It's at 3. Like every Wraith could have basically been a factory. So yes, Terran's not really under threat of dying, but how's he going to attack anytime soon before Protoss takes all of the mid left? I'm not sure. So we do still have multiple shuttles being pumped out. Again, another drop is probably going to be coming pretty soon, but we did have a big transfer to bottom left. So 4 bases up and running for Best.
Yeah. Yeah, at some point I'm pretty sure he need to switch to more basic composition like tanks and maybe Goliaths, because like Grace I don't think it's going to work long term, especially when there are cannons in the midst. The Grace can't even like deal with cannons.
Yeah, and there are the Goliaths that you were talking about, so it's gonna be probably like a lot of drops and a lot of Goliaths mixed in with the army. We still have those Wraiths hanging around the third base. Supplies are still close for both sides, 130 to 110. I did see Armory was spinning for Light, but I didn't see a science. Oh my gosh, if these are loaded up, that would be massive pickoffs. Were they though? I guess they
no,
weren't.
but it's still a huge deal to lose all these shuttles.
Oh, they
going
might
to
have
slow down. Oh, really?
Well, he just unloads now, and that one had 2 Templars in it at least. So that was an amazing pickoff from Light.
You say supply was close. I still think it's very close.
Oh
But yeah, losing all these shuttles is going to slow down Best quite a bit.
Yeah, and now look at this. Light instantly goes and takes mid-right. Best has got to do something now, because you cannot let Terran get 5 gases. That's just going to be unheard of. So he desperately needs to get some shuttles over to mid-right and shut that base down. If Terran gets 5 gases, they can build literally just pure tank Goliath like the entire game. So that's... Okay, what's this? 3 drop ships and Wraiths? Oh, he's going to drop mid-left.
And Best doesn't even have shuttles to transfer the army. Like,
Oh
you
my
have 2
gosh.
maybe.
And he scouts the shuttles again. Look at this Wraith play is just so amazing. He drops directly on mid left, even micros that tank to make sure it doesn't die. And how do you actually save this base? Also, like you pointed out, these probes can't escape, so it's not like they can run back to the main. So he just loses every probe. He's going to lose the Nexus, and there's nothing Protoss can do about it.
That base is dead, Nyoken, and Best move is just going to be trying to deny the new base from Light.
I think that's a great counterattack. Shut down bottom right. Fantastic. Well done from him. But unfortunately, that army's not really that big. So unless he can elevator some more units in, I think he should be able to hold this. But now, the storm is great. The shuttles are still alive, and they do unload those Dragoons. But there's no observer
no
here.
observer.
Oh, there is, right there.
There's observer.
It's the shuttle, though. Wow, these Wraiths are just so valuable.
Yeah, at least he denied the suspension. That's a small exchange for that base he lose. By the way, I think he need to like take it again as soon as possible.
Yeah, and something that I'm just realizing right now is because he lost all the shuttles again, those units, even though they're denying the base at mid-right, well, how does he actually get them back out onto the map to help defend versus this 7 dropship drop that's coming in just a second?
He doesn't. I think just like that army is stuck now. At least the shuttles are coming to get them.
Well, this is a big army that's actually out in the center of the map. What is this, 10 goons with 4 shuttles that had a lot of zealots loaded up? The Wraiths are somehow going to get back to safety.
Wow, now that I look at it, maybe Best is trying to attack the main somehow.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing, but he's got more and more drop ships.
Oh my god, Nyoken, that's a lot of drop ships. Like, whatever that thing drops is going to be insane.
Oh, but there's so many goons out, and that means that the dropships get intercepted. He loses one of them. He got very lucky to not lose more than that. The Wraiths are still alive, though, and they are trying to find the angle on these shuttles. He scans, and he sees that he can pick them off. But another Doom drop Oh, he's actually going to the main. He was acting like he was going to drop bottom left, but that's not the case. The Race also intercept the shuttles. And with all the goons out in the center of the map, how do you defend your main now?
I have no idea how he's going to defend the main. I see the storm. Maybe he better pray that storm connects very well.
Yep, all the units are pretty clumped up, so a storm could be fantastic. Overall, they're pretty decent, I have to say. He does unload a lot of Zealots, and Zealots are pretty darn good versus Goliath, so I think this is going to be a hold.
Yeah, I think he's casually cleaning most of the army.
Oh no.
Losing shuttles again. Is this more army?
It's more army. He's unloading the units that he had at mid-left, and now he's in a good position sitting behind these buildings. An Archon morph, well, I'm not too sure. He still has a lot of Zealots left over. I think he can clean this up. Oh, and he does have a couple shuttles, so this should be shut down. That's
yeah, but it's going to take a long time to get 2 and 2 dragoons.
And he does unload those goons and Archons, and this army does get taken down. Upgrades are 2-1 for Protoss, so that's really strong. I'm curious what Terran's upgrades are actually, and if we look at Light's gas, he's actually pretty low in gas. Like, his main should be depleted by now.
Yeah. Funny is that Best has some map control with the dragoons, and he also has army denying the expansion that Light is supposed to take. So not so bad situation for Best after all.
Oh, he's got to be careful to unload here. First off, there's shuttles, but also that Templar has been here for a long time, so he's going to have multiple storms available, and he picks off the only dropship that was heavily damaged. So that was a nice pickoff. Bottom right is starting to be built up by Best. Now this is a smart move, unloading the tanks on the high ground to try and first off deny bottom right while also helping secure mid right.
Yeah. Taking this main, by the way, huge.
Yeah, definitely a big move there. So many Goliaths, and there's an SCV over there to build the command center. Oh, he gets a shuttle.
Yeah, those Goliaths, man, are going to prevent any shuttles from coming to this base. And wow, he's intercepting the SCVs. That is a good move.
Yep, it's like 4 or 5 of them for free. More shuttles moving across the map. Dropships, how are they going to get back? Protoss' army is sitting here and waiting.
He's trying to... What is he trying to do? Is he going to drop again to Protoss?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought he may be trying to drop mid-right, but I don't think he has enough stuff to drop there. Meanwhile, that's a lot of shuttles, and there's actually an opening at the bottom. Of course, Protoss doesn't have any vision there, so he may not realize it, but if he does go over there with Zealots streaming across the map, I think he could prevent this base from going up.
I need to be careful, Nyoken, to lose his draw chips. That's a huge army coming to that bottom right.
Yeah, that's so many Zealots. Oh, but the Goliaths at the bottom pick off one of the shuttles, but the shuttles will unload completely, and there's a lot of storm here. So many Zealots running in, but they're running in one at a time, but is there enough?
I think Nyoken there is.
Oh my gosh.
He actually cleaned this. I'm not really sure anymore how can Life continue the game.
Yeah, look at the supply. It's now 180 to 120 with, you know, not really a good capability of getting units out onto the map. Terran has to just continuously shuttle down.
But not only that, he has a huge gas problem.
Yeah.
He needs gas.
Yeah, he doesn't have any gas. He spent so much gas on those Goliaths and almost no vultures that, you know, his unit comp isn't really that strong versus Zealots. Like, that's why you saw the Zealots just run over everything. Also, of course, the storms helped quite a bit.
Okay, this expansion Nyoken is interesting.
I like it. I think those... I mean, you don't have to worry about the Zealots anymore because you've got those units on the high ground, but there's still a lot of shuttles out onto the map.
Yeah, but the Goliaths can also... Well, there is only 3 Goliaths. But in theory, they intercept shuttles very well.
Well, they do in theory, but... Okay, the shuttles didn't unload, really, and he's going to probably kill these tanks and Goliaths, but he is going to lose every shuttle here. So that was really good defense from Light.
I mean, he killed all the shadows, the units, and I feel like this base now is ready to go.
Yeah, he should be able to secure that, but I'm just looking at the rest of the map. Like, everything else could be potentially taken from Best. I guess I just haven't really paid that well of attention, but I would still like to see what the upgrades are for Terran. If Terran's at 3-3 or something, I think he could still have a shot, but if he's stuck at 1-1, okay, he's at 2-2-2, so that's good.
Yeah, man, in my opinion, as long as like gets his gas back, like that's actually what is slowing down him so much. If he gets his gas back, like I can see like him putting power again into this game.
Yeah, I think it's possible. That natural doesn't give me a lot of hope though, because there's almost no SCVs there, and that makes me think the SCV count may be very, very low.
Wait a minute, this is double expansion?
Yeah, there's 2 of them.
What?
Yeah, and they're both islands.
Yeah, but I only saw 1 CC. Okay.
So he's gonna double expand there. Zelt's gonna try and get some damage done at the natural. They may get a few SCVs. That's really it. Meanwhile, I do see Best is shuttling in more and more units to that base. He does not want to let Terran get a 5th gas, letting Terran get one of the middle bases. Okay.
Oh my god, this is so complex to attack in Nyoken. How do you even like, look at this.
It's a wild map, man. He's gonna be able to kill that Archon, I think. Those dropships are extremely low. Like, if he loses the dropships here, not only is he gonna obviously lose the drops, but also he's gonna lose like 20 SCVs, and that would be huge.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, it already shows the gas on Lai's on Lai's life, and he's like getting some momentum. I feel like.
Hope he loads up the dropship, so he will be able to at least save the drops for now. The shuttle is having a really tough time unloading on that position, but they will take down the tank.
Now this is insane, Nyoken. Do you see this, like those bridges, like those? What the hell is going on?
Wild map. I'm looking very forward to the round of 8 and round of 4 and finals, where you're not going to be able to have, so many vetoes. And we do have just consistent re-dropping over and over these center positions, but I like how Best is finally starting to take bottom right. He needs to get some workers over there, though.
Yeah, I totally forgot about Best for a minute. He's taking also a new main. He's taking what is supposed to be light expansion. I mean, like Eco, he has no problem. I just like, he probably just need to regroup and put a big army into these expansions.
Yep, here we go, and that's one way to get damage done. He drops directly on this base. The SCVs can't escape. Yes, the tanks and Goliaths may kill everything in the end, but Terran lost everything also. All the SCVs died. Terran has no gas, look at that, sub 50 gas.
Yeah, Terran losing the SCVs again. But he need to commit the Nyoken. He need to commit the whole army and many shuttles to do that. Just to kill SCVs, because he's not even killing the expansion.
Yeah, and despite shutting down that base, supplies are still pretty darn high for Terran. 140. If he can get some SCVs over there, he'll be able to retake that base pretty quickly. Best did finally transfer some workers down to bottom right, and it does get scanned, but I don't think Light can do anything about it right now. He needs to restabilize his center bases. Oh, maybe he can. He unloads into the center of the map for the first time all game.
Yeah, man, I told you, when Lai actually gets some gas, he's going to bring some momentum to the map again, because he was at some point like so low on gas, like I don't think he could afford like more than one tank.
Yeah, Best doesn't really have that much econ. Like, he has 3 or 4 bases, but I've seen a lot of Best replays, and Best really does cut a lot of probes. So despite that, his work count may not be that high, but we finally have a drop into the main. There needs to be Storm with this army, though. If it's just Zealots, I think he'll be able to clean it up pretty easily. I don't see any Storm.
Oh, I don't see any Storm. I don't see there is a Storm. What I see is a lot of silos coming So maybe the reinforcers are going to do work. Oh, here are the high templars. But it's too late.
It's too late. It's not synced up with the drop anymore. Oh my gosh, the zealots are just getting in the way. Luckily, there are still some clumped armor. Oh, he focused down both of them with a clutch siege shot. Eonzerg, you see
And Light keeps defending. Supplies are now equal.
Yeah, and as I stated, Best is a Protoss that really does go very low pro count. Sometimes I even see him at just 50. So he doesn't have big econ. Like even bottom right natural isn't up and running yet. That's a lot of shuttles though.
Yeah, I don't think like resources is really the problem for Best. I think the main problem is that, I mean, it has to pay to work in your brain that that guy took 2 bases for free, and you can do like nothing about it.
Well, we've got another drop. Those Goliaths are on the high ground are doing real work. Bottom mill is finally going to get up and running. Finally, we've got some high-tech units. We're going to have carrier switch. Oh, why are there Goliaths here?
I don't know.
And he
What
gets the
moment they
probe?
go to.
Oh,
I didn't even see them in the minimap.
He focused down the only probe in that shuttle. Oh, there's nothing
Oh,
here.
wait,
There's
wait.
nothing here. There's no units. Like it's Zealot Cannon. I don't even think there's anything in the main or bottom right main, of course. D-Matrix comes in. Okay, that's 1 Archon, 1 Storm. Is Light bringing this back?
I mean,
Light is playing out of his mind with this. Like he was so gas starved. Then he took the center.
Oh, losing high Templars.
Best, man, he's in the middle of a carrier transition. These units at mid right are still stuck. He needs to get them out of here so that he can help try and save. Well, I guess that's too late now. I guess you might as well leave it there to try and prevent this base from being taken from Terran. Somehow the dropships have already gotten back to the main, so he's reloading up for another drop.
Yeah, carriers now, Nyoken are in production. But I mean, Light, I didn't really expect him to take that base from Best. Like, now I'm really like, Best he has to be nervous now because like, he's feeling the pressure from Terran.
Yeah, if there's a drop at bottom left, not this base, but like on top of the Stargates, this game could just be over because that's the last lifeline for Best. Look at his money. He has no money anymore. Like he's desperately trying to get these carriers out. Look, Light's taking bottom middle.
Yeah, but I think that the problem with that base is that it's very close to the carriers.
Yeah, but Protoss doesn't have that many carriers. He only has 2. And there's nothing really in that base to help defend. Like, I think a drop right here could potentially just, okay, or we go in to drop here. If he can get EMP off, it'd be, does he hit both? Okay, he hits one of them. I guess there's a little bit too much defense for him to feel confident to commit here. He does scan, and he must realize that Protoss is low econ because every time he scans those Stargates...
He's going for it, Nyoken. He's going for it, Nyoken.
Yeah, only 1 Stargate's blinking. Here we go. There is the drop.
This is game deciding moment, Nyoken.
I think so. Supplies are in favor of Terran now. That is an amazing storm. He needs 1 more, I would say. Doesn't get it, though. Oh, the shuttle. The shuttle. Please have Templars. Not a probe. You don't need a probe there. You need some Templars. There we go. Big storm. There we go. And he hits a lot of the dropships. So that means that if this attack doesn't work, Light's going to have to go back and repair these dropships. It's going to be hard for him to get across the map again.
I think he's holding. I think he's going to be fine. As long as he doesn't lose the Stargates, I think this attack it didn't really do what it was intended to do.
Yeah, I think so also. These Zealots, well, I thought they were going to clean it up. Okay, here we go. There are the carriers, and this will clean it up. So Best does manage to save this base. Light is still up in supply, but those storms were really fantastic, not only just killing the Goliaths, but also, like I said, dealing a lot of damage to the dropships. There's an interception in the center, and were those goons? Okay, he picks off 2 of the dropships. That's big.
Yeah. But he has 2 starports. Like he can actually like I can see him like making that number big again. Like rather like no, he has big dropships actually. So mobility is not really a problem for Light right now, but those carriers are the problem.
Yeah. He can't let the carriers get up into, you know, double digits, 10, 11, 12. Even something like 8 or 9 could be hard to deal with. He did kill that fleet beacon, so it does buy him a little bit of time. And Best did actually, during all that, stabilize mid-right. Oh, that's a great storm. Oh, is he finally going to be able to do something about these center bases with the carriers? Those Goliaths aren't able to shoot from that position.
Well, finally Best doing damage to these suspensions.
Oh, it's a Doom drop to bottom left. So he's going to shut down all the Stargates.
Yeah, he's going to lose his 2 bases. Like I don't think like right now killing those 2 like 3 Stargates or whatever. I don't think he's going to accomplish too much.
Well, we'll see. The carriers did shut down the middle, and that's pretty much the only mining base for Light. Like, it is imperative that he saves these bases. Meanwhile, we know Best is still mining at mid-right and bottom-right, so he still has big econ. Best even is mining his natural at top left. Do you see that there are still actual
the dropships.
Oh, he's going to catch a carrier, and he does manage to save mid-left, and he almost killed it. But it manages to just barely get away.
Well, he actually saved the base.
Yeah, and he's re-unloading a couple tanks to deal with Templars. Storm. Oh, that's punishing.
Yeah, man, those guys are doing so much work right now. And yeah, I think Best is still on a healthy eco.
Yeah, with both the bases. Look at the storm.
But Nyoken, he needs to remake Stargates.
Oh, I thought he was going to carpet bomb the carriers. He's got to do something about the carriers giving vision, because these Templars can just storm all day long.
Yeah, man.
Terran finally ran out of money, man. Look at this. He's almost broke.
Yeah, he's like, funny enough, now he's missing minerals and no gas.
Yeah, that's true. Tanks on the high ground. Oh, okay, he's rebuilding his Stargates over there. I think that's smart.
Yeah, no, he need to, but I mean, the carriers are also low on HP, so maybe a crazy dropship move with the Goliaths.
Yeah, right on top of him.
Yeah, I don't know if he has the numbers, to be honest.
It's scary, right? But he did just watch Protoss use 1 billion storms killing SCVs. I think that would be the perfect move, because you gotta imagine Protoss can't have, you know, 100 storms.
He's going for it, Nyoken. I think he's going for it.
He's got to be out of energy, right? Instead, he's going to counterattack bottom right. I think that's also fine.
Do you think it's fine, Nyoken? I see some million cannons.
Yeah, he's got a decent amount of tanks, and there's no Templars here. He's going to shut down the shuttles also. Oh, the storm. The storm, you got to focus down that Templar. Oh my god, that's so much damage.
Well, actually, most of the army is alive, but
oh, Templars in the back.
I mean, what a tricky situation now. Who engaged who?
Goons and Zealots unloading. Oh, the storms. I think this could be the game-winning move for Best. He has so many carriers. He's hitting from all sides. And you can see Light just sat back in his chair. I think he realizes his fate. Best has done it. Unless there's some type of miracle drop on top of these carriers, I think the carriers are just going to reign supreme for the rest of the game.
This is such a fun game, man. Like, it's been so crazy all game long, to be honest. But these carriers now are unstoppable.
Yeah, the support with the Templars are just too much. This base is going to get shut down again. The Goliaths are not, yeah, I mean, they're on the high ground, and okay, gets a carrier, surprisingly. But the Templars can just storm just like that.
And Nyoken, one silly question. Does Storm kill interceptors?
Well, they can, but more than likely it just damages them, and the interceptors go back into the carrier and heal up.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to be careful sometimes. You could storm your own interceptors, but overall I think it's going to be tough to actually kill the interceptor. We do have Light desperately trying to stabilize this base. Look at how few SCVs he has. Like, that's it right there.
Yeah. I'm not really sure like how, anymore how can how do you deal with these carriers? Like there is no the eco for that. There is not really there's not a massive amount of grace to deal with that either.
Yeah, unless you're gonna storm or drop on top of them, you're not able to flank them either. And Best is not gonna allow you to drop on him anymore. He's just litting these or just following these carriers with his goons and Templars forever now.
Yeah, that's killing Goliath one by one. I mean, I honestly don't know what else can do. Like he can even counter attack an expansion, or he can do anything else. Not really sure.
This is the last stand. He's gonna try and drop. That is just a billion cannons. There's also probes and goons here. He may actually be able to shut it down, but as soon as the carriers come over here, they're going to clean it up. Light has no money. He can't build anything. Look at this. He's sub 100. Can't even build Goliaths anymore, so this is it. The Goliaths have to win here.
Yeah. 8 carriers, man. That is not going to go down so easy.
Nope. And more than likely, we're going to see the GG any moment now. We saw the base in the middle has also been picked off. Supplies have plummeted for Light. It was a valiant effort. There were moments in the game where you thought Light had it. There were moments in the game you thought Best had it, especially after the big trade. But Light brought it back. But in the end, the carriers and the consistent bases being taken from Best, a little bit too much to handle.
I don't wanna lie, when I saw Light double spending, I really thought he built enough momentum to really come back in the game. There has been so many highlights in these games, to be honest.
It's definitely game of the tournament for me. This was very wild, and you get to see comps that you really don't see. Wraith opener, then mass drops. Really, really nicely played from both sides. Light's not willing to give it up just yet. You know you're desperate when you're unloading your bunker.
No, and the Marines. Oh my god. Marines, poor Marines. GG.
Yep, there it is. Well done. So Best says he's not out of it just yet. He ties up the score 1-1 in an epic slugfest.
No, it was not easy. He had to work so hard for that game. Jesus, that was such a great game. Like I said, so many highlights.
Yeah, for sure. Man, that was crazy. And now they're just going to have to instantly go into game 3. I don't think players get breaks in best of 3s. So they're going to have to get their composure back really quickly, because that was a long one, man. I'd be tired after that one.
I mean, if I was Light and the position I was in, I would probably just I probably would be happy with the performance. Obviously, losing is bad for him. He probably wanted that 2-0. Especially, man, I really thought, when he took the double expansion in the mid, I was he's actually coming back.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I thought there was no chance in hell, because he just didn't have much gas at all. And, putting Goliaths on the high ground and tanks on the high ground, it's hard to deal with drops like that. But he was consistently able to unload and get them in good positions. But now I think our last map is going to be Nemesis, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Nemesis. I will say I'm going to favor Light in this map.
I mean, if you're going to play as well as you did, or as well as he did on 76, and now you've got another map that's got terrain set up in a way where drops are pretty darn strong also, think it's hard to argue against that. I think Light is someone that's clearly shown that he's willing and able to use the race and dropships quite effectively. So Best, again, is going to have his work cut out for him.
Oh, this is going to be... I mean, looking at the last game, I saw Best doing some panic move from time to time. Like I really hope like if he want to advance first here, I really hope he keep the pressure low and just focus on doing what he does best, like macro, and just clean the Terran army.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he continues to go over that big macro style. I expect he will. And in the top left, we have Light, whereas in the bottom right, we have Best. So we do have cross spawns. And I was talking about how I hope we get to see a 12 Nexus in our first game. We didn't get to see it, so hopefully this time around we'll get to see a 12 Nexus. It would be great for him since it is cross and it's going to be not necessarily impossible to deny, but it's pretty hard to deny in that scenario.
Yeah. No, when you scout like these cross spawns Nexus, most of the Terrans are devastated, to be honest.
Oh yeah, you're not happy to see that. As Artosis would say, he's just flipping coins, man. He's just flipping coins. Praying that it is a cross spawn and just getting lucky. But we aren't going to see the 12 Nexus. It is just going to be normal gate opener. Meanwhile, for Light... Okay, it's just going to be a normal Rax.
Oh, maybe it's the same build from Retro.
Yeah, I was about to say that. It is forward just like on Retro, so even though this doesn't allow you to SimCity with your first depot, he still made that work, that gasless expand work, so we may actually see that, and that is what we're seeing because there's no 12 gas.
Okay, scout for Best. Looks like he's going to meet at the Sevilla at some point.
Yeah, and just like on the Retro game, Best is going to find him with the second scout, so this command center is not really going to be delayed at all. He's not going to be able to gas steal either, so Light build order really should go unhindered. Command center is going to be coming up in just a second once that barracks completes, and back in Best main. I did see that we skipped Zealot again, so it's just going to be normal Goon expand. Most likely.
Yeah. Yeah. Best playing his best car.
Yep, there's the command center, and we do have the first Marine out also. So he's going to try and push that probe back. If you can deny the scout, and Protoss thinks you're actually going 12 gas, well, that's a big win for you.
Man, maybe risk to go in? No. Yeah, he's going for it.
Oh,
he's gonna lose it.
He may not have seen it. Oh, he barely saw it. Just barely.
He saw it. Okay, if he didn't see it, that would be so terrible.
Yeah, because then all of a sudden you've got to consider, okay, this guy might have gone 12 gas, he might have opened with the Vulture, and then if you're not even harassing the bunker with your goons or you're not taking a fast Nexus, you're just permanently behind the whole game. So critical scout there. He does follow up with a fast Nexus himself, way faster than the Retro game.
Oh man, how lies those two always scout Protoss builds? Explain to me that.
I don't know. He's gonna
because
hide
this is a big deal. This is a big deal in TVP. Like it's so hard to get the information.
Yeah, and he's gonna hide that SCV and probably get that information in a couple of seconds. Like if he comes in now and sees that, hey, this guy's going for a late robo, he's gonna have the correct response versus it. He also is going to be able to get a read on how many goons are out. So Best is going to find the SCV, so actually Light may not be able to get any intel. Oh, he didn't even drill on the mineral either, so that means that this SCV probably going to die. Oh, what? The goon missed! He still gets it though.
Why the SCV return?
It looked like he got bugged out on the eggs somehow. So unfortunately, SCV dies, doesn't get any intel. But fortunately for you best fans out there, that means that you've got to do that right there. You've got to go for the eBay. So Light is going to have to play cautiously here because he doesn't know exactly what Best is going for.
Okay, Light is scouting for that tier base from Protoss. Robotic for Best. Nyoken, when you are in cross spawns like this, do you mostly play for the tier base, right?
I personally do. I think it's hard to push, even if pushing is not that big of a difference in terms of seconds. I personally think it's better to go for a third base. Your bases are farther away, easier to defend, but it is also Nemesis, so you got to clear out the eggs. The pathways to defend the third bases are a bit difficult, so we may see Light go for a timing, but at pro level, 5-fact types of timings aren't really that common, so I'm expecting to just have the command center follow up.
One more SCV, and this time is getting in the main, but what will you scout, my friend?
He didn't really see much, and unfortunately for him, his SCV was like 5 seconds late. If he had gotten in there just a few seconds earlier, he would have saw that was a 5-minute robo, which is extremely slow. So for now, he thinks that it's just a normal robo timing. He's got to be worried about potential Reaver play, which we know is not coming. And there's actually a third Nexus going up for Best at mid-right.
Yeah, he made a turret in the natural just to be safe against anything really like a DT or Reaver. But you know what? He's not making that many turrets now, Nyoken.
Yeah, he isn't. He doesn't need them right now. He needs them in like the next 25 seconds or so to stop the 7-minute Reaver timing. And I just want to point something out here. 52 out of 52. Even the best players get supply blocked every now and then, but you don't see that often. So big supply block there. He's going to lose a few SCVs because of that. But he is clearing out the eggs at mid-left. And that's a third SCV that he sent across the map to scout that got instantly killed. So that's a lot of SCVs to lose. 3 that died and a couple that didn't ever get built because of the supply block.
Yeah. Best preventing, put in place Dragoons to prevent the dropships, but no starport from Light yet.
Yep, no starport. There's the additional turret, and there are the mines being set up. That's a really late armory also, so despite the gasless opener, he's going for a 6:45 armory. That gives us around a 14-minute 2-1 timing. That's pretty slow in the meta these days, but he does open up that third base, so he'll be able to take that pretty soon. And despite having a slow robo, we are still going to have the support base. We may have delayed Reavers.
Yeah, Light is preparing to spend, trying to kill the assimilators, I guess. That's why he brings those tanks, right?
Yep, I think so. He wanted to make sure that zealots and goons could not be able to flood into mid-left. Supplies are still pretty even though, 90 to 80 right now. Observer is gonna get a little intel and then be forced back. He still has no idea about mid-left though. Oh, yeah. Run by.
Oh, there are. Nyoken, this is so much damage.
Yep, just getting in 2 vultures is gonna rack up so many probe kills. He's already killed like 5 of them. Maybe he can get 6 or 7. That was definitely worth.
Indeed. That is going to slow down Best macro, by the way, because this guy, when you don't touch a worker from him, he's super dangerous. But if you start to hurt his eco, it's not really the same guy anymore.
Yeah, he's someone that does stay on low probe count. So if you get like 10 probes, there's a real chance that he only has like 45 or 40 left. So that really does slow him down quite a bit. But despite the harassment, he's still up almost 30 supply. He's had mid-right running for a long time, and that's a well-saturated base. So now he's going to start building up that gateway count. In the main, I didn't see Templar Archive yet. I didn't see a Stargate yet. So I think we're just going to have, again, Shuttleman and Storm play.
Here goes the mass production of factories for Light. And this Reaver can find damage.
Yep, that's going to be a dead turret, and that opens up the main, because like you said, there weren't that many turrets, but there are mines set up. However, ooh, that's a big hit.
Oh, Nyoken da.
And he splashes his own SCV again. Oh, is it going to bug out? Of course it is.
Yeah, but Nyoken, that hit, that totally changed the picture here. That actually opens so much room now for Light.
Yeah, he can start getting out onto the map after maybe in the next couple minutes or so. I did see that his starport just finished. So science facility is going to be coming down. He's going to start his 2-1 upgrade in just a moment. Still basically a 30 supply lead for Best though. And I still don't see that key Stargate. There's finally the Templar Archive. So even the storms are going to be a little bit late. So that means that Best may actually be going for a bust at this point.
Yeah, I think we are repeating the same style of the mass shuttles, and it's strange to not see a TVP with the arbiters. It's very strange to me.
I think Terrans have gotten so good with their defense that a lot of players don't feel like the arbiters are that effective anymore. And even Light has talked about how arbiters aren't really that scary anymore. So that's probably why you see more players staying on shuttles and Templars. It's like a faster version of like a recall.
The recall
that Protoss could go for.
Yeah. Nyoken, I think that there is a boss coming.
Yeah, look at Protoss' supply, and with Terran having to defend the mid left, you know, that's a lot of area that you've got to cover. Terran's really split up and also down 60 supply. This could be an effective bust for sure. Here he comes. There's also not a lot of mines set up at the natural. In fact, there are none.
There is nothing, Nyoken, and yeah, silos on top of the tank. I don't know how can Light hold this.
Oh my gosh, big Reaver hit. Takes down 2 out of the 6 tanks. You can see now Light trying to get into position, but there's units in your base, man. Like, oh, Pro is here. Man or Nexus him, man. Let me see it.
Oh my god, Nyoken. Those siege tanks in the high ground trying to defend, but I think this is it, man.
Yeah, it looks like this could be the end of Light. He's getting doubled in supply. Look at Best's reaction. He knows he's done it. He's so close to making it out in first place. And I think Light took his hand off the keyboard, in fact. He knows that he's been busted. One small misstep is all it takes.
Oh my god, thinking now about how close he was to win the last map, and now GG, Best advancing first, man. I didn't see that coming, man.
I didn't either. I thought Light's TVP was top notch. I think it's also, or at least I thought it was actually a good counter to the gateway shuttle style that Best likes to play. But on maps like Nemesis, you've got to spread your defense so thin. Best realized it, and he hit a really sick timing.
My god, this guy, I'm telling you, when he's able to macro, is so crazy. And by the way, that Reaver got into the main Nyoken. He found the perfect spot. Boom, SCV's gone. Boom, the siege tanks also doing job and killing on SCVs. And that was it. That's all it took, was like to slow down the guy a bit. And the huge bust, like me, and yeah, props to him, bro, because like I say, play your build, keep the pressure low, just like destroy the Terran army.
Yeah, I'd like to see a replay of that game, because remember, Light opened with gasless, yet there was still a 60 supply gap at the end. I don't know where it went wrong for Light in terms of the macro. Also remember, there was that Vulture run by that killed a decent amount of probes, but in the end, it was Best all day, baby. He just macroed like a god, and he is going to be our first Protoss player into the round of 8.
Yeah, he killed 7 workers with the Vulture run by. I'm not really sure what really went wrong for Light, apart from the Reaver.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I did point out the 52 supply block, and remember, he did send 3 SCVs across the map, but when you go gasless, generally you're up like something like 5 or 6 SCVs, so you can afford to throw a couple of them away, but somehow Best really scaled his mid game very, very well in comparison to Light.
Yeah. Well, now Nyoken, what is left is incredible because we have Soulkey against Snow and Light waiting.
Yeah, and our losers match is going to be an exciting matchup too. We've still got Soulkey versus Snow, but they've been on quite a break. Like the 76 game took a really long time, and then the first and I guess the last game was kind of fast, but the first game was also decently long too. So they've had quite a long break. Hopefully they are still warmed up after that long delay.
It's like still looking at the game.
Yeah, he can't believe it. I mean, I can't believe it, right? I open Gasless, I harass your base, and I just get busted that easily. He's probably thinking, what the hell happened?
Yo, the cameraman is the best, man. Nice still, he's freezing his chair right now with the mouth open. He's like, what?
Yeah, that was good.
Oh my god.
You can see Best is excited. I'm happy for him, man, because he hasn't had the best results in recent ASLs, but now finally back into the round of 8. And as I stated at the beginning of today's stream, when you looked at this group, this was a group that you would be sure that this was actually the semifinals. But no, this is just a round of 16.
It's crazy to me because if you ask me, Best is the kind of player that is like semi-finals caliber player,
Yeah.
He struggles so much in these group stages that he almost make it very far.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you for sure that he's relieved to get out in first place, because you don't want to play any other remaining players. You definitely don't want to play a rematch versus Light. Well, of course that couldn't happen, but you don't want to face versus Soulkey. You don't want to face versus Snow, who's a killer in PvP. So, well done from Best. And I'm trying to
By the way, that same Light that just lose was the same guy that was destroying everyone till this game. That guy that was looking incredible at any second of the game.
Yeah, we just saw him have a miraculous game on 76. So
I mean, Light's so surprised that he's like with his mouth open and still looking at the king's chair.
Yeah, I'm sure he's still sitting there analyzing what went wrong. But as far as
this guy,
go ahead.
No, this guy Best just had an incredible game. That was amazing from the point of view of macro. That was like almost professional, and just like skipping arbiter and going for the shuttle play, in my opinion, so risky, but it paid off.
Yeah, did he may have realized with the Reaver drop that the factories were late, and he thought to himself, okay, I've got a timing here, because he didn't necessarily have to go for that. He could have just gone into Storm, but I guess the Reaver drop allowed him to see the factory count and timing, and then decided to go for it, and it was obviously a smart move. Now, as far as our losers match, Soulkey versus Snow, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, that is going to be insane. They are facing elimination, man. Playing these games under pressure, Nyoken, it really gets the best of you.
Yeah, for some reason I feel like the nerds aren't really going to get to Soulkey. Every time I watch him play and see his camera, he just doesn't seem phased by anything at all.
Oh, he tilts so much. I watched his stream. The guy tilts so much. That guy is the kind of guy that tilts and he's still winning by far.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, I didn't expect to see this situation, to be honest. I thought like, yeah, live first, Soulkey probably going to beat Snow, then Best.
빠르게 잘 채취한 것 같아요. 그리고 팬분들이 항상 기대도 많이 하지만 그 실망도 많이 하시는데 오늘 이런 조를 뚫었으니까 제가 좀 더 잘해보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
All right, Eonzerg, I'm back. I had to answer a call
Yeah.
real quick.
그리고 응원하는 BJ들
You're not leaving me, right?
No, no. Actually,
Okay.
my work laptop
구두
busted, so I had to go get it fixed, and they just called me and said it was fixed. So I'm gonna be getting it after the stream.
Okay, cool. Well, Nyoken, I don't think we're going to see 76 again.
No.
I think that was a special case.
Yeah.
너무 고맙습니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
So congratulations to Best, man. Really good job.
Yep, really well done. So we have our first Protoss into the round of 8. I was nervous because this group, you for sure could have had both the Protosses eliminated, and then, you know, I don't know if the round of 8 would have been that fun with just Terran versus Zergs the entire way. Even though I'm a Terran player and I know you're a Zerg player, I still want to see some Protoss games. We are getting a look at the event, of course, which is Ask ASL. If you got a question for the players, post it on their website, and you may get chosen for your question. And then, of course, it seems like there are still some jackets available, so you can check those out on shopafrikatv.com. I may be checking those out, man, because they look pretty slick.
They look insane. They look insane, Jadon. I'm not really sure it will look so cool on me, to be honest.
I don't know. They look pretty good on everybody, I think. As you guys can see at bottom right, our losers match is Snow versus Soulkey. We've got a break, and we'll be back with our losers match. And we are back, guys. This is our losers match. It's Soulkey versus Snow. So we're finally going to get some Zerg action, which I know Eonzerg is going to appreciate. Soulkey looked pretty good earlier, but in the end, Best Macro a little bit too strong. And that guy right there, he's looking to end this Zerg, try and finish what Best started.
Yeah, Soulkey against the Snow, man. To be honest, I'm a bit worried that thinking about his game against Best, it didn't look that sharp, to be honest, especially the early game. And the early game is so important in CVP. You don't really want to like spend too much earlys and then get stuck with no drones and can make your tech, can make your hatcheries, not meet your timings. So yeah, I really hope he regain and just like at least if he's going to commit well and finish the game, or either just like play with a balance.
Yeah, I do remember that Silpha game. He built something like 12 lings, and it really didn't do much for him initially, like you said. So hopefully he does balance his econ a little bit better. And what are the maps? Ho ho ho! Eonzerg! Did I win the lottery, man?
Well, did you play it? Did you play it to begin with?
I don't know what's going on here, because we've got 76 again, and it's not the third set, so we get a guaranteed game. Then, of course, Dark Origin and Retro again. The bands last series were Heartbreak Ridge, and I can't remember the other one, but this time around it was Heartbreak Ridge again and Nemesis. And our players are ready, so let's get into our first 7-6 game. That's a ZVP.
I don't wanna lie, this is going to be the first CVP I'm going to watch on this map.
It's also the first CVP I'll be watching too. I have no idea what comps are going to be.
Because I actually watched like multiple TVPs, but CVP, none. So I'm really like in the blind here. I'm really curious. Is the guy going to take his expansion, like with the 2 gases, or just going to spend normal?
Well, let me ask you this. I know you haven't played it, but if you have minerals placed like this, do you think something like a 4 pool could actually be good because of how fast it would hit?
I've been thinking about that as well, like going with a very fast pool. But like, what are the chances that Protoss is doing the pylon gateway and just like close the small ramp?
Oh, well, look at this. There's a pylon in Protoss's main. I also didn't even consider that. This could just be a 1-bait. Okay. He's already sent a probe over here. So we're going to have Nexus first. Well, I think we are. I'm not sure what we are going to have. Is that probe just trying to intercept the Overlord?
He's making gateway. And what is this?
It looks like he's just there to intercept the Overlord. But is that probe stuck now? I mean, it is, right?
Yeah. There is no way to escape from that place, Nyoken.
Okay, well, is this going to be a 2-gate? I'm not sure exactly what the purpose of that probe was. Yes, he gets intel onto mid-right. I was thinking, okay, maybe if he sees the Overlord, he won't 2-gate, or maybe he will, I don't know. But it's over here, it's going to start mining out that... Okay, it's just going to start mining out the path is what it seems like. He's just going to try and transition into a somewhat normal game.
Okay, normal expansion for Soulkey, 12 hash, and... Wait, what was it, 12 or 11?
I think it was 12 because we're at 10 supply. I guess it could have been an 11. I wasn't paying that close of attention, but I still think it was a 12.
Okay, that doesn't make too much difference, to be honest. But very fast gas.
Yeah, that's a really fast gas. That's like Zerg versus Terran levels. A fast gas.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. So, are we going to see some aggressive play here with Hydras, or maybe fast Lurker Rush? No, it can be Lurker Rush. I'm tripping. Wait, what? I don't know. Why so fast gas, Nyoken?
I don't know. Okay, there's the lair. I would love the fast Lurkers. It would definitely be unexpected, to say the least. I don't think Lurkers can get into the... Well, I know for a fact they can't get into the main, but it could...
Well, the Hydra can... In theory, he can bring the Hydras into the main and more for the Lurkers, but... I mean, for that to happen...
Oh, well, that's a big mistake letting the probe in. He's going to see that the lair has already started. I guess he doesn't know that the timing of it, but he will know that, hey, this guy opened with a pretty darn fast gas.
Yeah, I don't think he's... Like, if if you really wanted to avoid this, you will like block the ramp for sure. If it was like super important information for you to be a scout, you will block the ramp.
Yeah, he was just off the ramp for a second, and wow, a Zealot has gotten across the map, and Soulkey wasn't aware of it, so now this natural is under threat. Zergling, oh, that's a drone, and this could start snowballing.
It's to see those now, Nayar.
Oh, we got a drone. Remember, we were talking about it, Soulkey was low econ on the Sylphid game, and now he's already low econ here and losing drones. Spire.
Yeah. Okay, I am so confused right now with one Spire gas. What are we aiming here right now? I think, Nyoken, to be honest, I think this is game.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage done. He's going to kill the Zealot and the Probe finally, but you know what I'm looking at is Snow's natural. Yeah, just now starting to be mining, so he didn't actually transfer workers there. So maybe Soulkey's not as far as behind as we thought, simply because that base wasn't running for so long, but the Stargate is already halfway done too.
Okay, apparently Soulkey now is going to take a far base. Yeah, watching this for the first time, I'm totally loose with the direction of the game, to be honest, guys. I guess he's probably going to make that Spire so fast to grade the air. Is the only I can think of.
Yeah, I don't know. The Spire's gonna be completing in just a second as we see 300 minerals get spent. But the cybernetics was already spending for the air upgrades. I don't think that Zerg's ever gonna be really ahead in upgrades. This is an interesting build order from Soulkey, but I know he's known for low econ 2-hatch play in ZVP, so I'm sure if anybody can transition out of it, he's the one. And we do have 4th hatch coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, because it doesn't make any sense. Like, if I wanted to really like play a Muta build like this, I will never load, like, I will never let Protoss to get in. Like, I will put a drone in hold position and you can get into my base. That's it.
Yeah, he was like out of position for literally half a second, and the probe just happened to walk in, so it was a bit unlucky in that aspect. I'm just now realizing that Snow having that mid-right base, he's going to have access to 3 gas, and that's going to be... He's going to be able to pump out so many Templars that it's going to be crazy, but it's going to be hard for him to actually get goons down on the low ground. I'm now just thinking about that too. So what is Protoss's unit comp going to be? Like just mass Archon, Zealot, Storm? No goons?
I mean, it's possible. I was thinking some rivers, but the direction this is going, probably we are not going to see the rivers.
Yeah, if he's going to go reverse, I think you got to have that Robo starting pretty soon if it hasn't already started, but instead we do have more gateways coming down. There's the Citadel. Remember, in the best game we actually had double Stargate. Don't think we're going to see that.
Chelsea just like goes mass gateways, zero the High Templar.
Yeah, when people were first starting to rush +2 armor, that's really what they were going for. Like, it was 90% Zealots, and then the rest, like, just a couple of goons and Templar Archon. So that looks like that's what it's probably going to be again.
Here goes the second gas for Soulkey. His tier base, making more scores, making Hydras as well. He's just playing a normal build, but with a very fast Spire.
Yeah, and I saw that the Evolution Chamber is already up, so +1 weapon for Zerg, probably going to be at a similar timing to Protoss's upgrades. We do have 5 Zealots out. Citadel was relatively quick, so I'm sure he'll be moving out in just a second. But Zerg already has a decent amount of Hydras, so I'm not sure if he'll really get much damage done. And there he goes with the Zealots.
Yeah, by the way, like, it's something that could like really hold Snow. What?
That's a lot of Hydras by now, isn't it? Like, that's like 15 Hydras, plus he's got a lot of Lings. You think he can do anything with this?
I'm not really sure. Like, if he goes up ramp, Like if it surrounds these silos, maybe he's in trouble.
Like, I don't see any storm. There's only one goon. There's no cannons. Okay, I guess he can't go up the ramp, but this.
Yeah, but if you go up, how do you're going to lose the army?
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna go up. I thought maybe he might just sit under the ramp, but not the case. And these Sairs actually don't find an Overlord just yet. Still more and more.
I was thinking, Nyoken, if Soulkey actually gets some lurkers, like he can actually like stop a snow long time.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like, you're just not gonna trade effective versus something like that. And we do finally have Protoss moving out with a sizable army, also with +1 weapon done.
Oh, that huge sealed wave is going to the tier base.
Yep.
And Soulkey has nothing.
And there was the support bay, so it could actually be Reavers this game.
Done with the mind game, now change direction. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, Corsairs just poking and prodding, see if there's any opening they can exploit. For now, they haven't found any. So this is something like 5 or 6 gate with Reaver. I think that could be very strong, especially since he's kept all of his Corsairs alive. So he still has really good air domination right now.
By the way, it's no need to be careful, man, because these silos, like out like this, he can actually Soulkey can actually like clean all this.
Yeah, that's not the trade you want as Protoss. Zerg just hit their +1 power spike on the Hydras, and those zealots got mowed down.
That's a lot of units, man. I'm not really sure like what is now follow-up is here, because I don't think this army, like eventually when lurkers get like come to play, how do you even like operate anymore with silos?
Yeah, I'm not sure. And that Nexus at his natural wasn't blinking, and I see that he didn't even take the gas at that mid-right base either, like the 3rd gas. So it makes me think that Snow's kind of all in with this, because even if he had just built 3 more probes and started mining the gas, at least he would have the ability to pump out, like 1 billion Templars. But I mean, I realize he still has a lot of gas right now, but I was expecting it to be even higher than this.
I think Snow is in so much trouble right now, Nyoken.
Oh.
He's outside the map, and this army is about to die.
This is so many Hydras. But there is double Reaver here, and everybody knows Snow is an absolute legend with them.
Actually, Soulkey didn't want to go. Oh, is this one? No.
Oh, is that for drops, maybe? No, there's no way. Right?
I think so, Nyoken. You don't bring that many overlords for...
Okay, well, we could have a drop into mid-right. I like this pressure.
By the way, that shuttle is slow, Nyoken. He can die to a Scourge.
Oh, he unloaded the... Oh, yeah, and there's no anti-air. Where are the Corsairs? Where are they? Oh, my God, those are some big hits, though. But he does pop one of the Reavers, but he is going to lose a lot of Hydras for that. Lurker sets up that, but that was another big Scarab shot. Ooh. Reaver doing so much damage.
Yeah, Soulkey not really finding the good move to finish that Reaver.
What happened to
but
the
at the same time
Sairs?
now...
Is that the only one?
I don't know where... He didn't keep making Sairs?
He did. He had like 6 or 7 of them, but now he only has 2. I guess there was some type of connection that we missed, but regardless, that's not a lot of anti-air anymore. Soulkey doesn't really have that much gas, so he's not able to go for a Muta-Switch, but the army comp from Snow looks pretty good right now. He may actually be able to get his Nexus up and running, but that Reaver does die, and there's no Observer with this army. Wow, he caught him. He's pinned him in the back of his base.
This is insane, Nyoken. I don't really see like... Like, how do you actually like... I mean, you're trapped in your 2 bases.
Yeah, and Snow still doesn't have that 3rd gas at mid-right. He's got a decent gas back. Oh, it's just in the... Oh, he just taps out. Wow. So that ended abruptly, and Soulkey somehow just up 1-0 in the blink of an eye.
Man, I hate this kind of games because this is going to bring these Sir haters like, oh yes, SH.
That's literally just all he built, man. And like maybe that counterattack he made with the Zealots was a mistake. Maybe he needed those to finally or to actually secure his natural, because the counterattack really didn't do very much. I'm not sure exactly where it went wrong for Snow, but yeah, that was a lot of Hydras.
We like to know what happened to the stairs. Like, now I remember that he had like a good sized number of stairs, and he was killing overlords.
Yeah, maybe during that big Reaver engagement at the bottom, they were just out of position somewhere, and the Hydras were able to pick them off. But now we're going to be going into game 2, and this is pretty much Snow's last life. He's got to win here, otherwise he's going to be eliminated, and that's a big relief for a lot of players in the round of 8, because Snow's easily one of the strongest opponents.
Okay. I mean, that victory for Soulkey on this map. A good victory. I'm not really sure what is the win rate for Protoss versus Zero on that specific map. But I was so confused by Soulkey opening, by the way. Like, it didn't really come clear to me, and in the end it was just like very standard play.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it went wrong for him, but the standard play ended up being a little bit too much for Snow to handle. And now Dark Origin is our second map, and if we see that Mass Hydra man again, I think Protoss is going to have a tough time getting across those bridges. Like, that's a tiny choke, and you know, we just saw the Hydras overwhelm the natural, which is a slightly bigger choke. So if you're struggling to just get out of there, they're going to have a hard time getting across the bridges too.
Oh, did you forget the game against Jadon? The Snow against Jadon, Nyoken?
Oh yeah, that's true. He crushed him.
Yeah, he actually like controlled the map very well, if you ask me.
That is true. I did forget that game. Well,
so I when it comes to map performance, and I can see like him doing a good job. He actually played so many mind games in that game against Jadon. Like, he actually hide the high templar close to the simulator. Jadon didn't see it, and got the storm on the muta. So yeah, no, I'm not really like I. You know what is the problem with Snow? Like, now he's under pressure and one map away from elimination. I can see the guy like making more mistakes than usual.
It's possible. When you're on the brink of elimination like that, you know, nerves do get to you. We do have Dark Origin with that back building. You know, he may be worried about getting countered from that direction. We'll see if Soulkey actually wants to go for that though. And we do have the probe coming down, and we'll wait and see whether this is going to be a gate opener or just normal forge. And I think he's scouting.
Scout. Where? Oh no! What? Gonna
be a 9 gate.
Yeah, but usually they bring back the worker to mine.
Well, just gonna be sitting there and waiting for the pylon to finish, and he puts down that gateway, and he may be able to get a great build advantage here if he can deny this hatch from coming down. But Soulkey,
oh no, 11 hatchery.
Yep, it's gonna be an 11 hatch instead of a 12 hatch, like you said, so the probe is not gonna be able to deny it.
Okay, but he now Soulkey knows that he's playing against one gate.
Yep.
Most likely by the scouting timing. This is a great build for him. This is a great opening.
Yeah, this seems like the dream opener for him. And you know, I actually casted a recent Zerg versus Protoss, and what Protoss did in response to scouting such a fast hatchery was actually he cut the Zealot and just went into a fast nexus himself. But it doesn't seem like that's the case this time around. The Zealot is going to be built and sent across the map.
Yeah, I don't know about the distance, travel distance, but like in Snow, Snow knows his timing, so like just putting pressure like this, denying the tier, is a good start.
Well, even though it's not a instant Nexus after the gate, it is one Zealot into Nexus, so Snow going to be scaling his econ pretty quickly, and meanwhile, Probe just being annoying over there. However, that means that the Probe is not with the Zealot, so the Ling should be able to manage this Zealot on its own pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what is Soulkey going to spend now. Maybe he does like... There was this player that built the hatchery in the main. It was Arjun actually. Arjun did that.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of people do that. And I think even Soma did that also in a recent game, but no hatch just yet. However, that Zealot did almost no damage. So really well done from Soulkey, but Soulkey did build 8 lanes.
Oh no,
That
Hydra
Probe.
then.
Hydra, oh, we're 2-base Hydra? Okay, I was wondering
Yeah.
why he would build 8 lings like this. Well, you gotta kill that Probe, man. You can't let the Probe scout this. Oh, battery already.
Well, why? What is going on that Soulkey is rushing like that? The cannon is late. Yeah, there are no cannons actually. Forge just finished now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Also, by rushing like this, it forces a cannon out. Like, I don't know. We'll see. He does.
Oh my god! If that Zero gets around,
Yeah, be careful. Yep, you gotta be very careful. That cannon is gonna complete. That gateway is getting very low though. Like, it's almost dead. It's sub 200 health. That's gonna be an opening. There's still no cannon there. The Zealot is about to die on the left side. He hasn't used the battery either. Okay, luckily he heals it up. Wow. Okay, he does. Wait, was there hydrogen? I don't know. Maybe it got canceled, but regardless, losing the gate is also a big deal because now Protoss can't build a cybernetics.
oh, maybe he made Link speed on cancel the Hydra there?
Yeah.
I saw he spent 50 gas.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly. I didn't really see a building. I actually thought that where you see the pool, I thought that was the hydrogen, but obviously not the case. But regardless, we actually do have a lair opener from Soulkey. He's taking his third base at mid left. I liked his lane counterattack. He really forced Snow into an awkward position, and now the cybernetics, like I said, is just so mega delayed that the Spire should be way ahead of the Stargate.
Okay, Cybercore. Lair for Soulkey. By the way, Soulkey now in such a good lead. His eco is going strong. Did Snow actually cancel? Yeah, he did. He canceled the second forge. May get away. Yeah, I'm really happy for Soulkey opening here, to be honest.
Yeah, this looks like a really good opener for him. He's got his 4th hatch already coming up. He sees the cybernetics timing, so he knows that the Stargate hasn't even started just yet. I think, yep, there it is. Spire in the main, so Stargate timing relative to the Spire is fantastic for him. Meanwhile, he still kept almost all of those Zerglings alive also, so they can still be annoying to deal with. I was going to say I'm surprised he didn't open up the backside, but if you do that, then Zealots or DTs could walk out. And there we go. We are going to see double Stargate again, just like in the best series.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Soulkey actually goes Mutas, then Snow build is going to pay off. Like, look at Snow making more cannons because he's in the blind.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest parts about ZVP is you just don't have any intel until you get Corsairs out. And that means that Protoss has to guess about everything. It's not like Terran where a turret shuts down a lot of the follow-ups from Protoss like Reaver or DT. Like if this guy's all in you with Hydras and you're doing double Stargate with one cannon, you're just dead.
Yeah. Soulkey, man, Soulkey making so many drones. I'm not really sure if he's already on 6 hatcheries. And his Spire is about to be ready. It's no half nothing. Like 0 to speed is so far.
Yep, I don't even think he has a Citadel. So speed is not anytime soon. That Forge has been spinning for a while, so +1 weapon will be kicking in pretty soon. But we do have, I think, Mutas this time. because Soulkey has spent all of his gas already. Oh, maybe not. I
But
guess it
he
is
didn't
Spirit.
he didn't make a tier gas. So maybe he made mutas, but just like low amount of mutas, like maybe 5.
Okay, well it did trigger a cancel of the cannon in the main.
No,
of
I see
Snow.
the Hydras.
If it is Hydras, and Snow is not gonna. Oh, we're gonna get a connection onto that Corsair, and it ends up getting taken out.
Hey, at least he got 3 scores for that Sarah.
Yeah, a little bit of value, I guess, and now he doesn't have to worry about losing a second one. Scourge is going to come in here and see the Templar timing. Still doesn't see any additional gateways. He does see the double.
Scouting this.
Yeah, he sees both.
He's scouting this. Okay, wow, more complex game for Snow because Soulkey was already doing Hydras, but now that there is 2 Stargates, he's not going to stop doing Hydras.
Yeah, and we'll see how many Corsairs he actually wants to build. He's got 5. He's got the +1 upgrade coming pretty soon. 5 is still a good number, but will he continue to commit to that? Not too sure. We do finally see the first few gateways being pumped down. Overlord, can he catch any more?
Hey, look at this pressure, Nyoken. I think Snow is in so much trouble. He don't like it. Nyoken, there is no even Templar Archive, right?
Yeah, Templar Archive just finished, so there's definitely no Storm upgrade. The Storm upgrade takes a long time, and then you also have to bank up the energy. So he's just gonna have to rely on building these mass cannons. But Eonzerg, there's that back building. Like, he could just avoid the cannons if he wanted.
But how he does it? Like, he need orcers to kill that.
Oh, does he? I guess it's a stack building. Well, he is just committing to the front, and we still have so many Hydras being pumped out. Even supplies already, 80 to 80, and that is not a good sign for you Protoss fans.
I didn't win, Nyoken. What is that red in the back of the Snow building? Is that a... What is that?
I think it's a lane.
Scourge? Okay.
It's been sitting there for like the whole game, so I think it's just like, wow, he doesn't even have that many gateways. He also doesn't have speed still. I think smartly, Soulkey turning around, he's already done enough damage. He forced out 8 cannons. That's unheard of.
Yeah, not only that, like it's... Now the sad part is that he need to kill those cannons to get out. So yeah. Wow.
Corsair's still just at 5. I like that he didn't build too many of them. Robo, I think, is starting at a pretty good time. If there are lurkers, I think that the observer timing will line up pretty nicely. But look at the confidence in Soulkey. He just knows his position. He's even going to take a 4th base.
Yeah. When there is lurkers, there is no doubt he's going to contain that Protoss, man. I don't think Snow can avoid that contain, to be honest.
I also don't know how he's going to avoid the contain. He hasn't lost many zealots though, so he still has a strong army. Problem is Zerg's army is nuts, and the econ is also nuts. For now, these Corsairs have done a decent job, but of course, as I say that, he loses 2 of them.
But how do you feel about that Zerg being ahead in supply in the early game against Protoss?
How do I feel? I feel like I haven't seen many Protosses win from that position.
Yeah, it's a really bad position. Lurkers are already making Nyoken.
It's a 25 supply lead. Look at that.
There is not even still at the speed, Nyoken.
Oh no, no, Snow! You got to get that upgrade, man.
There is not even still at
there we
speed. He's
go.
already switching to Dragoons.
Finally, it's kicked in, but I guess it will be a little hard to push across the bridges, so maybe Snow can get... I don't know. This is just so much Zerg already. Jeez.
I don't think he even cares about that. He's going to take the whole map.
Yeah, he's just going to take the whole map.
Just like, yeah, go spend. I'm probably just like going to build a million lurkers. Good luck trying to break that.
Exactly. He just has to be diligent with his scouting, like that right there, with the Lings in position, Overlords in position, to make sure that he doesn't get caught in an awkward spot. And he can feel confident to even put Overlords just on hold position, because he knows the Corsair count isn't that high. 3 Corsairs aren't going to kill Overlords that quickly. Now that was a good pickoff, gets a goon, but he is going to lose one Hydra in return. Oh my god, that's so much econ, man.
No, it's a lot of production. Nyoken. And now, because there's no need to defend the front, Soulkey can also like go the other way.
Look at this. He's already here. He's already set up over here. What do you do? Look at how tiny that is. You can't even get goons in an arc to try and engage there.
Yeah, the problem is when there are that many lurkers, there is not enough storms that can help you.
Yeah, I just don't know what he can do. This is just such a rough position. He's down 30 supply. Zerg also already has +2 weapon.
I mean, if I want to be positive for Snow, there is no hive.
That's true. It is just Hydra Lurker, man. But like, look at the pathways. It's just so punishing. That's so tiny. The bridges are tiny. If you kill the back pathway, that's also tiny, and it also allows Zerg to just instantly counterattack. It feels like Protoss just has to pray that Zerg goes Lurker Hydra the whole game and never gets to hive, and maybe like Protoss can trade mega effectively with Killer Storms and Reaver or something. I just don't know what you do at this point.
But how do you actually like punish these positions with the Storm? I don't see it. It's so well split.
I don't know what you do. He's gonna mine it out, or he's gonna attempt to mine it out, but they get spotted by the Zerglings already. Wow, he's taking bottom left.
This is like watching Snow against Jadon, but inverse, you know, like
exactly.
If Jadon was doing it's pretty much the same. I feel so sorry for Snow because this is going to be a painful game. This is not going to end very quick at all.
Yeah, he needs to just rely on his heavy tech units like that right there with the Storms and just trade mega effectively. But anytime he makes a move like that, Soulkey's instantly attacking across the bridges, picking off free Dragoons, free Templars. Oh, those are 3 Templars that are not long for this world. There goes the first one. Can he get the last one? Oh, and those die.
I think Nyoken Snow is going to GG, man.
Also,
I think he knows what's up.
Look at Protoss upgrades, only at +1 weapon. Zerg is already +2, so there's no armor upgrades at all. Zealots are trying to run across the map, but they just take so much damage to lurkers that were already set up there. This 4th base is exposed, so he may be able to get some drones, but Hydras are hurrying over here to shut this down.
Hey man, maybe here's the comeback, you know, like killing all the eco. Never mind, he's going to lose the series.
Oh man, and the right side has been breached. He's going to knock down the Soul Cannon. There's not that many Templars left over, just 2, and that one doesn't even have Storm. He's down 55 supply at this point.
Yeah, it's a painful game for Snow. I'm sorry for him. Apparently, one more season that he's not really able to show his true potential. And Soulkey, man, just holding every position. Like they call him what, the Iron Wall or whatever they call him. Wow, it's really showing.
Yep, you're not getting past that wall right there. That is like 10 lurkers, and there it is. GG, and that was perfectly executed from Soulkey. He gave Snow no chance in that game.
GG, man. And you know what, Nyoken, I'm going to be honest with you. We're probably going to conflict in this last match because I want Soulkey to win. So,
okay.
I mean, with all respectfully, Nyoken, like and die.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't mind that. Soulkey's a good player. I just want to see some good games, man. I'm just happy we got a Protoss out. Like, we now have 3 Zergs, or that's right? 3 Zergs, 1 Terran, and 1 Protoss. I'm just happy that one of them made it out, so we can actually have some diversity. But if Soulkey was to make it out, that would put 4 Zergs through, and then all of a sudden, I'll be begging for a Terran to make it out in Group D.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem here. Okay, you wish whatever you wish. I want Soulkey to advance.
Okay.
That is my determination to this matchup.
All right, well.
But yeah.
We're going into a break, and then we'll be back and see if Eonzerg gets his wish. It's going to be Soulkey versus Light as our final match of the day.
With respect.
are back, and we're moving into the final series of the day, and it's going to be our first Zerg versus Terran of the day. It is Light versus Soulkey. Soulkey looks absolutely menacing, absolutely destroying Snow, but can he take down Light is the question.
I mean, and the last time I saw Light, he was with the mouth open, like the guy was freezing, like. I'm pretty sure someone like had to come to him and, hey, dude, this is over. So that say, my boy Soulkey is looking good now. Like I'm expecting him to crush.
And he's looking as good as he's ever been. And Zerg versus Terran, he's very deadly. We'll see if he can pull it out versus Light, though, who's been innovating the Terran versus Zerg meta. He's really, started to push Valkyries in that. Of course, he can have opened with anything. He can go Wraith, he can go Goliath, he can go Bio. He can do it all. So I'm curious to see what his actual game plan is going to be.
Yeah, and also the map pool, because apparently Soulkey doesn't care about any map.
Oh.
Nemesis, Dark Region, Vermeer. Okay.
Yeah, earlier we saw some Vermeer bans. I think it was in the Light versus Best series, but that's finally going to get through. So I think these are pretty standard. Of course, Nemesis a little bit intricate with the third bases, but Dark Origin very standard. And finally, we're going to get Vermeer for the first time today. It was also a Heartbreak Ridge ban by Light, so he just didn't want to have to deal with any of those shenanigans.
I mean, to be honest, I really like this for Soulkey. I think like the kind of player that Soulkey is, I had the feeling Nemesis actually fit him very well. Like just like these three bases, like very close to each other. Maybe some fast hive with ultra play. I can see that working for him.
Yeah, I agree. I think Nemesis is just a good Zerg map in general, and then also the fact that it's the first map. So if Soulkey can get a win, oh man, that's going to be really good for his confidence, and Light's going to be very nervous, I think, about losing 2-0 at that point. So we do have at the top left Soulkey, and in the mid right, or top right I mean, we do have Light. And
yeah, this is already looking good for Soulkey, that Overlord going to his opponent base, man. I mean, come on, I'm hype, let's go.
Well, Overlord will get intel instantly, so if there's any type of tech opener from Light, he'll be able to figure that out instantly, because his Overlord is going to have intel over that natural timing. And we do have Light sending out an SCV quickly. This is going to be for a depot wall.
Is it?
Oh, it's not. Okay, 8 racks.
Oh no.
All right, well, Eonzerg, what do you think now? You happy about Soulkey's position?
Are we doing some overput hum or something?
I don't know, but that's an 8 racks. And Soulkey, this looks like it's going to be just a normal 12 hatch opener.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, Nyoken, if Light micro this well, because it's a map where you can actually like build these supplies and make a perfect wall. I think as long as he kills 2 drones, he's totally fine. He doesn't even need to commit to a bunker rush.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll keep an eye on how many drones he can actually kill, despite going for the 12 hatch like this.
Oh no, he's making extra drones.
You hate to see that. That's an additional drone. And now I'm a believer that Soulkey's actually in a bit of trouble here. If he had instantly gone pool, I think he's fine, but additional drone, that's not great.
Okay. Spawn pool for Soulkey.
Hope he knows.
But you know what? That extra drone could mean that he's not doing gas. I mean, he saw already that he's not doing gas, so he's going to probably make more drones and defend with that.
Yeah, but that pool, I think he even snuck out another drone. So he's going to have a lot of drones, but his pool's going to be really late. Light's not going gas either, so there is option to bunker rush this too. If it was gas, you can't bunker it. You just can't afford it while also building a factory. So there is the bunker, and that drone is already almost dead.
Yeah, a lot of drones right now, but I need to defend this at all costs. Because, well, Light doesn't know that the pool is late, right? I mean, when you see that amount of drones, it's like there is something.
Oh,
Oh, that was a really good drill. Can he salvage it? He loses 1 drone, 2 drones. He still hasn't killed a single Marine yet. There goes 3 drones. Okay, he got 3 drones, but he did build additional drones, right? So you think this is an okay trade for Soulkey?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you why I think it's okay. First of all, Soulkey didn't make the gas right away, so he was already like mining. Okay, let's say, even with the amount of the drones pool, and also now he didn't make a single Sterling. All he made is drones because he scouted that Light is already like putting back the barrack.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a good position for Soulkey despite losing the 3 drones. We do have gas for Light, so this does seem like it could be for Fast Academy, but I don't see a second Rax. And at the same time, the way this barracks is positioned, Marines don't pop out really at the greatest spot. So I'm curious if this will actually be Fast Factory. We'll see though. SCV is moving across, but don't think it can slip through to the other side. But I think
what the Light is doing is trying to find out if Soulkey is making the T-hatchery in an expansion.
Okay. And look at this double SCV. Okay, the SCV is going to die, but because he had vision on these minerals over on the left side, it allowed the SCV at the top side to get through. So he's actually able to scout the main. And he didn't lose that SCV either, so that's great from him. And in Light's main, that is a factory, by the way.
Factory. Oh, do you think it's going for a factory start or?
Yeah, I think this is going to be his Valkyrie opener. Low Marine count, Valkyries. Well, I guess he still could go mech. We don't know what it's going to be yet, but to me, I think this is going to be Valkyries. Academy coming in, so everything looks very normal for the Valkyrie opener. It could also be like a tank push with Valkyries. We'll see if he goes for that. You definitely got to do something, because if Zerg gets a 3rd base for free with a 3rd gas, Terran's kind of in panic mode.
Yeah, because this is so much eco now for Soulkey. Imagine healthy 3 bases, and I mean that is great. That is going to be great for Soulkey. But he need to be just like be careful, you know, kill us eliminators, like be sure that he's like there is no army getting to that expansion. And when you do Valkyrie and Nyoken, I feel like Terran's always missing on turrets, so maybe Soulkey can abuse that as well.
Yeah, Valkyries are expensive, so you want to build as few turrets as you possibly can. Even if it's just 1 that you skip out on, that can make a big difference. And right now...
By the way, do 3 Soulkeys already? Why?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he saw Marines being built constantly out of the barracks and may be worried that, hey, you know, I had late gas. If there was a Marine medic bust, I may be under threat, but we know that that's not the case. Also, the Overlord can't see the entire pathway, like what you just saw there.
Oh, wait, Soulkey is panicking, making more Soulkeys.
Yeah, he thinks this is a huge bust, and it's just, oh, he canceled. Okay, so I think 3 is an okay reaction. Of course, you know, not ideal, but it's all right. And we do have the barracks starting to be built. Does Light even have an eBay? He doesn't even have an eBay, man. He just literally rushed Valkyrie with no eBay.
Yeah, he's going to get some SCV damage. Wait, he's making no. Is that a bunker?
Yeah, it's a bunker. There's no eBay. That has to be a mistake, but...
No, he forgot. I think he forgot the eBay Nyoken.
Well, he's not going to get punished because the Valkyrie's already out. So, if you're not going to get punished, this is an amazing opener for Light, actually. He doesn't waste any resources at all.
I mean, one Valkyrie is not enough to deal with all these mutants.
That's true, but you gotta also remember, Soulkey's not gonna know that this guy doesn't have an eBay. Well, okay, that's 8. That's 8. Yeah, that's 8. That's more than I thought. Where are the Marines? Okay, there they are.
I have no idea. In the bunker, maybe?
Yeah, see, Zerg doesn't realize that there's no turrets, so he's just worried about committing into a Valkyrie, so he backs off, and that's a high rush.
He could commit very well to that single Valkyrie. I think he's going to do it.
Well, we'll see. Second Valkyrie should be coming out pretty soon. They build decently quick, and it is going to be a tank push. So we saw this last season with Royal and Rush. Actually saved them in a couple games. There were moments where I thought there's no way Terran can win, but a single push allowed them to steal a victory. We do have Hydrogen and we do have Evolution Chamber. There is Hive though, but because of how late the Evolution Chamber is, I don't think it's Ultras. But I'm not sure what the actual follow-up is here for
Soulkey. Scourge is going to no. It's not going to connect. But Nyoken, there are lurkers. That Hydra thing started long ago, so maybe because he's doing Valkyries, like Vessel is like out of the question right now. Maybe some lurkers in the map can be devastating to Light.
Yeah, if he can get some hold position lurker somewhere, that would be fantastic. The mutas need to buy time though, because Terran's going to be pushing, I think, in the next minute or so. First tank, I think, just came out. Yep, there it is. And you really only need about 2 tanks to have a deadly push. So here he comes.
By the way, Nyoken, if mutas get to +1 attack, that tank is very easy to snipe.
That is true, but that's a lot of Valkyries, and Light is someone that rushes +1 weapon on his Valkyries also, so if the mutas are ever clumped, stacked up trying to hit anything, he's going to take a lot of damage, so he's still got to be very careful. First tank is here, and the Bioball is still considerably high, but the problem is it's only 1 tank, so I don't think this is that big of a deal. Well, maybe it is.
Oh, lose 1 Valkyrie, Nyoken.
Yep, lost the Valkyrie, so it's now 4 instead of 3. Only 1 tank, not that scary.
Man. And one more group is coming, and Soulkey can intercept this one.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's going to do. He has a lot of mutas there, so he should be able to easily kill this. Look at that, even with the Valkyries helping to support.
Oh, but no, for Valkyries against mutas, that is devastating.
Yeah, but it cleared the reinforcing units, and the
no.
Scourge are going to connect. Well, only one of them ends up dying.
Man, it's only 1 tank. Like, he can actually like focus fire, like not focus fire, but he can actually advance the lurker line.
Oh, when he gets all the mutas, and yeah, he could advance the lurker line, but he already has the Defiler Mound. I don't think he wants to risk throwing his lurkers and then just instantly dying, so he's just gonna give up his Sunkens and wait for that consume to finish. Oh, but we don't have any anti-air, so, and there's the +1 that I was talking. Oh my god, that's so many overlords that are just gonna get absolutely crushed. You're about to see Soulkey deep in the red.
Oh, yeah, he kills. Wow, that. And now all larvas now to overlords.
Oh, and the +1 weapon is so strong. Look at how fast those Scourge died. And we've seen this so many times in Light's recent games, Terran versus Zerg. He just builds non-stop Valkyries, and if you ever don't have map control, or air control I mean, the overlords just get ransacked over and over and over.
Oh, he's doing it.
I have no idea.
What the hell, Scourge?
I have no idea. But what I do know is that Soulkey is way down in the dumps. What was good econ for him, now all of a sudden if you look at mid left, he's not even mining half the mineral patches. He's not even mining half the mineral patches that is natural. And there's still nothing to stop these overlords from dying.
Man, 6 Valkyries. I feel like watching a CVP where the Coulters are just killing over and over the overlords.
Exactly. And he's so caught up with dealing with the overlords that if he ever looks away from his lurkers, he could just have everything breached. That's more Scourge just dying. Yes, I realize some of the Valkyries are dying, but we are not getting effective trades at all with these Scourge. Oh my gosh.
Is there a dropship coming?
Oh, there we go. Finally, that's a good trade. He got 3 out of the 5 Valkyries. I didn't see a dropship anywhere. Maybe that is it coming?
No, then why he's moving the army to the... Oh, can the siege tanks can reach the... What can reach them?
I don't think they can actually reach. I think it's too far, but I could be wrong. We do have Lings that actually got over here to the right side, so they may be able to kill a few SCVs.
Oh my god, Soulkey. He was killing a simulator to trap those SCVs. That's funny.
Well, Zerg, I guess, has kept the Valkyries back a little bit right now. The Lings have done a decent amount of damage. It's like 2 or 3 SCVs, and they're going to regen their health. But meanwhile, Soulkey's still struggling to do anything out on the map. Oh, nope, that got shot instantly.
I mean, man, it was such a perfect game for Soulkey. And now, because of these Valkyries killing Overlords for 3 or 4 minutes, he is stuck. I mean, I don't know where you go from here, because there is a mega switch. You are also on 3 bases that you are probably never going to take one more expansion.
Yeah,
I don't know.
This seems like a really dire situation for Soulkey. He doesn't have big econ. Terran's already mech switching, which with air control, with a sizable marine count, and he's already built tanks, so he can just reposition them in defensive positions, like at bottom right, for
he's
example.
still making Valkyries.
That's what he does. That's what he does, man. This is his new style. He just builds non-stop Valkyries, and he's willing to just trade them for Overlords because he knows it just keeps Zerg stalled in econ.
Play them.
Look at supply, 126 to 65, and Terran has more bases than Zerg now.
This is a devastating game for Soulkey at the moment. I don't see a future for him to really like break the content that Terran is building. I can either see a way for him to expand, so we're going to see a painful game from now on.
Yeah, he's gonna have to have like the best Dark Swarms or Plagues or some type of combination where he can just trade effectively. If he can also plague the vessels, or not the vessels, the Valkyries, and get rid of them, I was thinking maybe like a drop could be effective, but I don't know. There's 5 Valkyries, and every time I see the Scourge, they're just not doing any damage.
Yeah, if we kill the Valkyries, he's probably going to make more, because he's like showing it, and he has the eco for it as well.
Yeah, Light's about to approach max. He also has his second armory already done, so he's getting his +2 weapon upgrade pretty soon. And just like in TVP, 2-1 is a strong timing versus Zerg, and that generally happens around 18 minutes or so when you're mech switching. So probably just going to have mines laid everywhere while Light slowly builds up his tank count in anticipation of that massive push.
Do you see Soulkey, guys? He has about 2k. Yeah. That means he has one opportunity to build a huge army of Ultralists and win the game with that. Can he do it?
Yeah, but do you even really want to have Ultralists versus mass mines, mass tanks?
I mean, that's his only chance anyway.
The connection died, so let me try and reload this. I don't know what happened. Well. Yeah. Is the stream on? Do you see the stream?
Yeah, let me check. No, it's It's not on Nyoken. Well, at least it doesn't open for me.
Is this the stream for me is black? Is it on? Oh, people are saying that.
Yeah, it's black for me as well.
Me. Okay. Is it still black?
I see the Africa logo. Let me ask Jesus. Let me ask in the chat if the string is working. It's black. It's black.
The heck? All right. Okay, it should be on now. What about now, guys? Is it on?
It's working now. It's working again.
Okay, thank you. So, technical difficulties, I got disconnected. But we did have just a normal opener from Light. It is Depot into racks, no 8 racks this time around. Whereas Soulkey, 12 hatch, 12 pool. I don't see a gas Eonzerg.
Nyoken, can you share a screen with me, or I cast from the page?
There you go.
Okay, we are back, man. Sorry for the technical problems. Apparently, everyone is playing a standard here, waiting for us.
Yep. So we've got normal opener. This looks like it's gonna be, yeah, 210 gas or so for Soulkey. So everything looks normal. Meanwhile, Light just going for a normal command center timing. No fast gas, at least not just yet.
Yeah, the classic 2H mutants for Soulkey will be the strategy, I believe. Unless, of course, you always kill that SCV, go crazy, mega hide them, but hey, Light being aggressive here with 2 Marines.
Yep, he is. And he's trying to intercept something, or at least go hidden from the Overlord. But I don't see anything that he can pick off.
The Air Force enlist now. He better go back home if you don't want to get this Jim Reynolds rip.
Eonzerg, I gotta be right back a minute.
Okay. Guys, Lai is right now going to Soulkey natural. I don't know how much damage can do this because Soulkey actually is on 6 servings now. Lai accumulating more Marines. Remember, Soulkey is on the edge of being eliminated from the ASL, and he can really like allow himself to get the eco damage at all. But Soulkey making more sense. I'm curious why, when there is like a wall, for Light, like it going that many servings like this is. I mean, unless Light goes out with the Marines like he's been doing, that I really doubt so because he's probably timing on the Sterling speed. I feel like this is more like a waste to go this many Sterlings this early. But you know what? Soulkey also made 3 hatching inside his base. I'm not really sure if this is the classic 2.5 or there is some variation to it. But yeah, that means that Light is going to need to work to find that tier base from Soulkey. But you know what? Soulkey repeating strategy. Factory, starport, going going Valkyries probably again. It actually worked very well for him in the last game. Not with the initial push, if you ask me, but with the late game that he accumulates up to 5 Valkyries. He kills so many overlords that just like supply block Soulkey for 2 or 3 minutes. Bomb kick. Oh my god, nice pick out on this medic, man. That medic, that is huge, because now that opens a lot of aggression from Mutalists. You don't have medics to heal your Marines, of course. But this time, compared to the last game, is that Soulkey is being, Light is being very careful about his turret timing, making this turret on time. The Valkyrie is not going to be ready. So yeah, one more barrack for Light. I don't think Soulkey is going to accomplish too much, but remember he actually picked one medic. So like he can be aggressive if he wish against the Marines, like picking one by one. If he can do that, that will be great. Oh, a great start for him. And tier base already in the making for Soulkey. As you see, Soulkey is not doing too much damage yet, just denying that barrack. And why he's fighting that Valkyrie, I don't know. Yeah, he's already making a scourge. So he's timing this perfectly because there is only one Valkyrie so far. Maybe he can like do a move to snipe it. We will see if Light make a mistake.
Yeah,
I didn't see it. Okay, cool. I didn't see a Hydra then or like evolution, but I see a lot of scores. So I think Soulkey is looking to snipe Valkyries.
Yeah, we've got, what is that, 8 or so, Mutalists, 7. That's a lot of Scourge. Maybe this time he can actually get some connections. The Valkyries are out of position, not a lot of turrets. And there's not a lot of Marines. Okay, he's stimming across, but look at that Scourge positioning. Good job from Light. Oh, the patrol micro is fantastic. Kills a lot of the Scourge already.
He actually killed 3 Scourge with that move. That is crazy. This guy, Valkyrie micro, wow, really showing.
Yeah, he's on top of his game with plays like that. And that's a lot of lings. So is he going to try and engage this army? That feels like it could be suicide. Valkyrie Marine Medic shreds this unit comp.
Yeah, I don't think Soulkey can do too much about the Valkyries right now. So probably like going to be like in the last game that in my opinion he was doing a good job with the lurkers, but then the problem comes with this Light accumulates 5 to 6 Valkyries and kill pretty much the air. Like there was no question about it. 3-4 minute supply block totally changed the game. But in this case, if Soulkey can avoid that, and I can see like a really good game for him.
Yeah, and I like how he's gone armor this game. So for now, since those Valkyries don't have +1 weapon just yet, they will not be dealing nearly as much damage. But again, it's going to be another tank push with this. And what does Zerg have? Okay, he's got lurkers coming. That is 4 Valkyries. Once you start reaching like 5 or 6, Valkyries are just, they deal absurd amounts of damage.
Ask myself if Soulkey have been dealing with this build order at all, or this is something new for him here on ASL stage. These lurkers are they need to go out fast to save time, and he doesn't really want to have this army in his front this quick.
Yeah, definitely not. And the Lings and Lurkers, well, Lings are running around trying to buy some time. Overlord gets spotted, and that got crushed real quick. And that Queen's Nest seems pretty late, so that means that Soulkey's relying on being able to stop this push with just Ling, Lurker, Mutas.
Yeah, finally Lurkers are out. I think Light saw it. Now he's going to be a stop, and Soulkey about to save more time. But I'm not really, I don't really know like how do you deal with this amount of Valkyries, being on Soulkey position that only has Mutas and Scourge.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a lot of Lings on the left side, though. But we already have a mech switch coming in. This is a 10-minute mech switch. That's way faster than normal. However, the Valkyries get caught. And that was a big mistake. Yet somehow, the majority of them survive. All the Mutas are clumped up. I think he could actually turn around and fire on top of them. But instead he runs, and now he goes for the patrol micro.
I'm really confused why he ran away from these Mutas when he was on 5 Valkyries.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but he still managed to save 4 of them, so that was a good save from Light right there. Soulkey is up supply 100 to 85, so he's crushing it this game.
Not only that, he's semi-contained as well. Probably Light, I don't think he's enjoying this position too much. He probably didn't expect to be contained like this. He expected to be the aggressor. So based on that, I will say Soulkey is having a hell of a game, if you ask me.
Yep, I think Soulkey's in a really good position right now. Light also messed up his gas at his natural with the turret. You can see it right there. Not mining his gas effectively at all. So this mech switch is not going to have nearly as much gas as he would like. But he is going to have his 3rd command center done in a second and will be on 3 bases. And any map where you can start splitting the map is Terran. I really do like Terran's shot at taking the game.
Oh, this Vulture's trying to go out. Soulkey, what are you doing? Escaping with the Zerglings?
Yep, all these Lings, well, maybe not all, but some of these Lings are going to die. Those Vultures, that's a big deal because I don't think they've laid any mines yet. And you really want to lay as many mines as you possibly can with the Vultures before they die. There's the science... Didn't I see a science facility earlier? Or a science vessel earlier? Did it die?
Honestly, I didn't. Honestly, I didn't see it. I don't think Soulkey killed any building at all.
Yeah, I don't think so either, so I'm not... Okay, maybe I'm just misremembering, but regardless, science facility is coming up, and we do have Valkyries. Did a decent amount of damage right there, but they managed to escape death.
Yeah, Light, man. Such a treat right now with these 5 Valkyries. They do so much damage, so much power in the air. But I really like in Soulkey position. He's already on 4 bases. Good amount of hatcheries. Good grace as well. The Filer coming for him. Not enough mines. And I think he can push these bridges.
Yeah, and also losing those barracks eliminates a lot of the vision that Terran has. And I don't think Terran has a 3rd barrack. So he's going to have to rebuild the barracks before he can start building more factories. So that's going to hurt. But yeah, just... If Soulkey was to go for it right now, I don't know if he can stop. And there he goes. There's not a lot of tanks here. There's also 0 vessels. Absolutely none.
Nyoken, I think this push is going to be able to kill Light.
It could. He still can't kill that Defiler. Oh, that was a good mine hit, but how does he kill that Lurker still? Okay, he's going to reposition over here, but there goes one of the tanks.
If it wasn't for the Valkyries, like Soulkey can like go with the Mutas and snipe the few things that are left.
Yeah, Light had a bit of a reaction there on his screen. You could see it. Oh no, he lost his vessel. That means that the Defiler can just reign supreme again with non-stop Dark Swarms.
Soulkey, man, I thought he will have trouble to play this game, but I'm so happy to see he actually regained, refocused, and looking to the victory. Nyoken, we are back.
We are back. And that means we're going to get Game 3, a deciders match in this best of 3 series. And this is epic, man, because these are 2 of the best players that the ASL has to offer. And one of them's got to go home.
I mean, I know who is going home, Nyoken, but if it's not clear to you yet, I mean...
Well, I don't know. That Game 1 was convincing, but Game 2 was equally convincing. I could see it going either way.
No, so far, great games, Nyoken. To be honest with you, I think my boy Soulkey is playing so good. Like, in the first game, I on the Nemesis, I never seen something like that. This guy with that many Valkyries, just like supplying blocks, like the third player. I mean, it did so much damage. At some point it was 60 against 140.
Yeah, it was an absurd amount of damage.
Now Vermeer is a more standard map, if you ask me. But I don't see why Lai will change his build, to be honest. Like, his build can actually work better on this map than that origin, honestly.
Yeah, and it's also easier to mech switch on a big map like this. So I also agree. I don't think we're going to see much difference. Maybe not as fast of a mech switch. Maybe it'll be, you know, more similar to the Nemesis opener. But yeah, I expect to see the Valkyries again. But I guess the question is how do we get there? Are we going to 8 racks again? Or are we just going to open normally like we did on Dark Origin?
Oh, 8 racks on Vermeer. I didn't think about it. Like, I don't expect it, to be honest. I didn't think about it like 8 racks on. I don't really face 8 racks on Vermeer. Do you actually play 8 racks on Vermeer?
No, I don't. I don't think there's good positions really to, you know, set up that clean SimCity like Light did at top right. So I don't really play it there. Well, we do have in the top left our blue Zerg. It is Soulkey. And in the bottom left our red Terran. It is Light.
Yeah. Well, Soulkey sometimes get crazy. Maybe he does a 9 pull here.
Yep, it could happen. We haven't seen an early pool all day long. So early pool could be a cute mix-up if he wants to mix it up.
Yeah.
Ooh, is that gonna be an 8 racks? That depot's it's too fast to be sent. Oh, okay. It's just gonna be a little bit early SCB for the depot.
Yeah. Now with these guys boosting minerals, you never know if it is actually a supply or 8 racks.
Yeah, this time it is going to be the barracks though. And so far, Soulkey, no early pool unless he's going to go for an overpool. We have seen 12 pools sometimes, but usually you see that from players like Shine or somebody like that, somebody that really likes to mix up build orders, but not going to be the case this time. It's going to be another 12 hatch.
Yeah, with that said, it actually is very helpful for the Terra now, making this in city. He can save a lot of Marines. He can like really make optimized builds.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, whenever you can wall off like this, I think you should definitely go for it. It just helps so much, and you know, you don't really have to worry about ling all-ins generally. So I like Light's build. I'm looking at that gas timing for Soulkey, got my eyes locked on it. Will we have the 2-minute 2:10 gas, or will we have something in between? You know, 2.5 hatch, we've seen that a few times this season. And Drone still hasn't built that extractor, Eonzerg. Oh,
no, but he's not making anything either. Did he make drones or a starter?
I think he made drones, and the extractor did just now start. So the drone gets in here, does see there's no fast gas, so he knows that this is a normal command center.
Yeah, very standard so far, but I mean, we know it gets tricky with Light now. The guy is mixing these factory builds and the Valkyrie build, so you never know. I swear to God, I have seen Light playing 3 factories bull tours and then doing like, you know, like Goliath.
Yeah, he can do it all. I think just these days, Zerg players have gotten so good versus mech that it's hard to make that work. There is the 3-minute gas, and generally this is indicative of Valkyrie play. We'll see if it is another factory opener. If it's not, the eBay needs to be starting pretty soon.
Okay, Light sticking to the plan. I like it. He thinks it's his best shot. He actually showed it on game 1. So wait, this is engineering bay.
Yep, eBay. So he is mixing it up. Instead of rushing factory this time, he's gonna be rushing that +1 upgrade. I like this. He showed Valkyries 2 games in a row. Now he just wants to, you know, mix it up a little bit, and he's gonna have the power.
I would like this build better if it was on cross spawns. I'm not sure I like this too much on these positions. But I mean, that is me.
Okay, well, we'll see how it works out for him. A lot of times when I see this particular build, it means that it's going to be a 4 racks. So I think the academy just started in his main, forming an academy. That's pretty normal. We're going to need to start seeing those barracks. Maybe not necessarily right now, but in the next 30 to 45 seconds, they need to start. And there's the 2.5 hatch in the main.
Soulkey trying to find the SCV. He does it. Yeah, I don't think there is like a real threat for Soulkey anytime soon. But I don't think he knows either what he's playing against.
Yeah.
What if he actually expecting a Valkyrie build and he's making a scourge?
Yeah, this is obviously one of the downsides of Zerg in this matchup is how do you get intel into what Terran's doing when all you see is Marines being built at the barracks. That could mean anything. It could be 2 racks, it could be a 3 racks like we saw Royal go for, or it could be factory, or it could be this, which is a 4 racks. So
by the way, this is a great build for light. It's a great opening.
Oh yeah, I love 4 racks. I think I like it even more than 5 racks actually because of how flexible it is. We do have comm sets coming in, and we do have the first medics, and they were shown. So Soulkey now at this point knows that, okay, this is a Marine medic opener. I got to be careful about that.
Yeah, he made a sunken a colony. But yeah, like you say, I mean, now the Soulkey 2.5 is probably making 7 mutas, or 8 mutas, I'm not sure. And he's going to scout everything. He need to be careful to not lose any mutas, need to be careful now to get his suspension going, and just like tempo the Marine army ball.
Yep, and here come those mutas, but the turrets are already set up. Marine ball is not actually that big, and because the academy was a 4-minute academy, the range upgrade is going to be a long ways away, but it is only 5 mutas right now. How much can he actually get done here? The turrets are just so well positioned. Doesn't seem like he's going to get much damage at all, at least not just yet.
Remember drones.
Yeah, and he's taking a hatch at top right on the low ground. I like that because Light's going to scan, and he's most likely going to scan the mains, and he's not going to be able to actually figure out where this hatch is.
Yeah, but this marine production is very strong, and with a +1 attack, each time those marines focus on the mutas, one is going down.
And there are... Oh, did he really only build 5 units? Okay, there we go. I thought he had built more by now, but that's just the 6th one. Well, scratch that. That's the 5th one again. That's
okay.
A lot of Marines.
To deal with this, also, do you need more mutas than usual and serlings? A lot of serlings, actually.
Yeah, especially when Terran already has +1 weapon. So you got to be very careful. You got to have a lot of lings to combo with these mutas. And right now,
I'm surprised Light is like sticking to the main.
Yeah, I was also expecting him to have moved out by now. Like, he's got a really big army. Like, that's at least 3 groups, I would say. But he's still worried about these mutas moving in and countering him. I guess also we have to consider that there were a decent amount of lings, and if he ever moves out of position, he could just get instantly killed. Okay, I still don't think that's enough Zerg, but we'll see if he can actually overcome this big bio ball.
It's a huge army. Like, he has to be making sunkens like crazy.
Well, if he's going to be building sunkens, he needs to do it now. Okay, the Marines were split for a second, but those lings get mowed down really quickly. And the bio ball, okay, maybe it's at just 2 now, but still a fearsome army.
I mean, Soulkey is making sunkens. Like, if these army groups we want more army, this is super dangerous. Is +1 attack done for the mutas?
If it did, it just... Oh, he got armor.
Oh.
So I actually am on the fence about armor versus weapon, but either way, the Mutas have done a good job to keep the army back, and also he prevented the third group from grouping up. So supplies are still really close, 72 to 70. But problem for me is so many Lings could have been drones that even if Soulkey holds this attack...
But Light doesn't know about expansion, Nayar.
Yeah, he doesn't know about that low ground base. He scanned top right and didn't find anything.
Look at this, look at this. Oh my god. I think Light is panicking a bit because he doesn't fight expansion.
Yeah, he thinks that this is an all-in, but we know that that's not the case. So he's just hanging around. Okay, is Light way too far? Okay, he did sync up another group. I thought actually the Lings coming in the back might be enough to take down that isolated group, but with reinforcements now synced... Damn, that's so many Lings. I still don't think it's enough though, but the medics look like they're out of energy.
Yeah, he has a +1 car pace, so that actually helps a lot when it comes to Terran Grace.
Oh, it is gonna be enough. Look at how easily he killed it, actually. And Light was just too slow on the stem with his rally point, and that means that his army just gets absolutely crushed.
Not only that, he loses map control totally. I don't know if finally he found the expansion. I think that was an scan, yeah, to the Soulkey base. Is that correct or no? It was something...
I'm not sure. I think probably by now he can figure out that there must be another base somewhere, but not sure. Oh, maybe not. Okay, he still doesn't know. He scans bottom right. Okay, now he finds it.
Oh my god. Like he can, like Soulkey can even like bring lurkers to the map. Like he has so much map control. These mutas, he even made more mutas. Like he has like the count is going to 11, I believe. But there are 2 boxes now, so need to chill a bit with the mutas.
Yeah, 2 irradiates. Oh my gosh, this could be the mistake that Light is looking for. 1-1 is kicked in. He has double irradiate. Irradiate would just eviscerate that entire mutaflock. But the Nidus is already set up. Lurkers are out on the field. It is 6 racks, so we're gonna have a bio game. No mech switch this time.
Sometimes Terran likes to irradiate the lurkers and go for it. I ask myself if Light is thinking about it because there is only 1 sunken.
Oh, dropship. 3rd vessel. I don't know what you're supposed to do with just 1 dropship, but we'll see if he can actually get some damage done at top right.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to do something in that natural, but like 3 vessels is a lot of irradiates, man. Like he can actually like, oh, he so can realize.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. Ooh, Light not able to pick off that defiler before it goes into the Nidus. But okay, that's a lot of lurkers. That is 4 lurkers right there.
And the dropship is coming as well. More irradiates to the mutas.
Good damage. There's the drop.
Oh, that dropship got in a good position, Nyoken. That is going to deny the expansion.
Yep, that is going to be a denied base. Only 1 medic though. Mutas are scrambling to get over there into position. Light is taking a 3rd command center, so he's not all in with this. Ooh. I like what he's done at mid left. He left a couple units there, acting like he's actually there. But look at this. He went all the way to top right, and that's where his real army is.
Yeah, but Nyoken is Soulkey. He has a Nidus canal. Like he's so prepared for this anyway.
Yeah, there's way too many lurkers, and the Defiler saved itself going in through the Nidus. So the 4th base is going to get up for Soulkey, or at least it's in progress being built. Double evolution chamber for Soulkey also, so he's starting to scale his upgrades. Oh no, Eonzerg. Every time I watch this and see a factory floating, I get nervous, man, because Hydra Lurker is a really common playstyle, and it is so hard to make bio work versus that.
Okay, new drop is coming.
Scourge.
Actually, Scourge is going to set that Drochi. Oh no!
Wow. Nice. Ends up saving it.
You have to be a pro to do that.
You do indeed. We do have Terran trying to find an opening, but really there's just not a lot of openings you have right now, and we're not going to see the Hydra Lurker Defiler this time. It is going to be Ultras.
Soulkey tends to be so annoying with Defiler. So like Light need to be careful because when play is ready, there is no doubt that all that army is going to get played. Here we go.
Just like that right there. That's a lot of damage. But Light has his third base up and running now at mid left. He's got bottom middle coming up pretty soon, so he's to be on 4 base. But Zerg's about to be on 4 base also.
And Nyoken, do you know that meme that says, how much cost you? And then the guy says everything. Like, that guy invested so much to kill that spore. He loses a whole group of bio.
Yeah, that's a big investment for very little. Oh man, he loses another vessel. And supplies are getting closer and closer for Soulkey. Oh, Fire Bat! We got a double Fire Bat, or double D-Matrix Fire Bat. Maybe one more. There we go. Oh wow, he's just going for it. The lurker count is extreme low. He just stims in for it. And this could be the boss that he's looking for. Lurker dies. Yeah. The Lings are going to get shredded by the D-Matrix Fire Bats. If the Marines get on top of the Nidus, this could be a game-winning move, but I don't think they're going to make it. Lurkers got through the Nidus and should be able to shut this down, and he does.
I mean, I'm not going to claim that I understood what happened under all that orange, but apparently Soulkey won.
Yeah, the Dark Swarm doing so much work there, and Light's gonna have to turn around with not much damage really accomplished there.
And Nyoken now Soulkey, when he cleans all this army, right? Like Light lose so much. Like, if you ask me, the only he has going for him really is the amount of vessels. One play can change that. What do you think like Light chances are now? Because it's 4 bases against 4 bases, but map control kind of going for Ser now.
Yeah, he's gonna have to have really good bio control and
drops.
Drops
to the natural, Nyoken.
Yeah, drops to the natural. This is gonna kill a couple of drones, but Lings are in position and the drop's gonna die. So unless Light can intercept these defilers and stuff in the center of the map before they can actually breach his like 3rd and 4th bases, I really do like Soulkey's position. Also, the vessel count that you mentioned, I think there's only like 4 or 5 of them, which is okay. Actually, there's more than I thought. So 6. So that's a decent amount of irradiates for sure.
Indeed. And Light repeating the move. Is this time going to be successful?
Well, Scourge Connect and get one of the vessels. I don't think you can bust through that Lurker Ling Defiler, but okay. There's actually not much under there, but with the Nidus there, you know, nothing under the Dark Swarm instantly turns into a lot of stuff under the Dark Swarm. But the BCs are here,
cruiser.
But they don't have +1 weapons, so the Scourge take multiple shots before dying. Oh, kills the Defiler. There's no Dark Swarm anymore.
Yeah, there is an Ultra, and 1 Lord. No, 3. Oh, okay. Okay, Jesus.
That is a lot of Ultralisks and Defilers. And there's the Plague, and these BCs that are so expensive really did not get value out of them.
He didn't get anything, man. I mean, wow, Soulkey now with these ultras in the map. Light is running, and I mean the only thing that Soulkey is really missing for him to be really like secure this game are more bases.
Yeah. Man, I'm so worried for Light. I just know how scary 4-base Zerg is, and he just doesn't have like really that high tech of a unit. There's the 5th base for Soulkey at mid right. Okay, well that's the sweet spot right there.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Goodbye to the factory.
Yeah, he even shows that I'm not building any tanks, so that means that Hydra Lurker switch would be amazing.
There is a counter-attack coming to Light's 4 or 3 base?
Yeah, but the depot wall preventing Lings from getting in. That's a good play.
Oh my god, whole army is playing.
Yeah, we do see finally some Hydras being built. So, Plague plus Hydras, that's a killer combo. And
oh my god.
Interception, goodbye. That army's dead.
Oh my god, that army is dead.
Yep.
And now Soulkey. I feel like we're getting closer to a Ser victory here. BCs are not finding too much damage. Soulkey already preparing for this, building Hydras and defending with the Swarm. Each step comes close to making this Serra like advance to the next round, man.
Yeah, Zerg's almost up in supply, and that's not what you want to see. He's rebuilding his factory, and to me, I don't think he's rebuilding that factory to build another starport. I think what that means is he's finally deciding he needs to go into tanks.
It's too late.
It's too late for that. It's way too late. You just gotta commit to BC Vessel Bio and hope it works. But Zerg's on 5 bases already with a great unit comp also.
Like for that to work, he needs to take a new main minimum, because he can't really afford that.
Yeah, and we don't see any movement over there at all. Those BCs at the top left side, I think, just got plagued probably. They're moving out of position. We do have a big plague in the middle of the map, and look at that Ultra run through the plagued army and basically kill everything by himself.
Oh, my Ultras are killing these Marines and medics. Oh, feels good.
Yeah, I bet you're happy to see that the tanks are being built at 20 minutes into the game with no upgrades, by the way, versus Ultras that are already 3-3 or soon to be 3-3.
By the way, Soulkey took two more expansions. It's tricky because you need to be careful that you are not actually like running out of minerals as a third player. You need to be trading all the time, so you don't really want to be like poor in the late game.
Yeah, and he's going to be trading right here as long as he can connect the plague with these Hydras. The Bio Ball, it's decent, but it's not overwhelming, and this is going to be hard to stop. If he can get any Dark Swarm, okay, he didn't get it far enough down, but so many Ultras and Hydras moving in here. The Bio is really heavily upgraded. The Ultras were missing +3 armor, so actually this is going to be pushed back for now.
Yeah, Ultras are missing the +1 attack, the +3 attack. But you know what, Nyoken, there is one more dropship coming to, I believe, is a new expansion for Soulkey.
Oh yeah, I see it at bottom right, but it's getting spotted from a mile away. There's Zillion over there. But he may have not been paying attention because there's so much action going on in the center of the map. And look at how fast these Marines die when they're plagued. The Hydra's hitting from downtown, and the vessel. Okay, there's no Defiler here anymore, so the vessels I don't think are under threat.
Yeah, but there are Ultras, Nyoken.
Yeah. Indeed, there are.
He still holds. He's going to. Well, he's here.
Yeah, Light actually unloaded at mid-right, that drop, but there was nothing there, and I guess it just got intercepted by the Scourge, because I don't see it there anymore.
Oh yeah, I think he died to Hydras, right? No, I don't know.
Yeah, look at Light's face at bottom right. He's not happy. He sees the bad news that this is so much Zerg, whereas Terran's stuck on 2-base mining basically. His 4th base is about to be breached. The plague hits a lot of the bio again and also connects onto a couple of the vessels.
More BCs, Nyoken, more BCs.
He's got more BCs, but they don't have energy. Oh my gosh, a couple of vessels get picked off. The problem is they don't have much energy, so like he can't even Yamato these Ultras, he can't Yamato Defilers.
Okay, it's the first time I see Soulkey getting close to Terran expansion. That is not a good sign.
Yep. Oh, another irradiated Ultra, but no plague, so no killer combo just yet. Soulkey, I just realized Soulkey took top middle also, so he's on 6 base actually, and he's already saturated it, so mega econ for him. And we do have the tanks finally being produced, but as I stated, they don't have any upgrades at all, and Zerg's at 5 armor.
I see Nyoken, this attack is about to kill that expansion for Light. It's too much army.
Well, look at this. The SE's got intercepted, so Soulkey sees that Light took bottom right, and he could just walk over there and kill that command center. Instead, he's going to continue to push with the orange cloud. There's so many Lings, so many Ultras and Hydras. We could be moments away. The 4th base, it is getting knocked down. The 5th base is getting knocked down, and this could be it. Previous ASL champion, he could be eliminated.
Oh my god, Soulkey Soulkey really tried his best this game, man. It's so hard to deal with this guy. You can drop him, like dropships do no damage. He is holding BCs like they are grace. I don't know, like doing everything perfect.
Yep, there's the GG scan right there. Light, he knows it. There it is, GG, and that means we are gonna have another Zerg moving into the round of 8.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yeah,
ASL is on. Come on. Come on. This is what I'm talking about, bro. Jesus, that was so good.
I know, man. Didn't we have 12 Terrans in the round of 24 or something? And now we have 1. We have 1. And there's only 2 remaining in Group D. And Group D is another tough group with Hero and Bisu. So there could be a real situation where actually there's only going to be 1 Terran into the round of 8.
By the way, nothing against Light. I kind of wish he advanced first, to be honest with you. But yeah, this is so competitive. It's so hard to, like, this guy could be the only champion in the group, but it doesn't mean anything next season. It's like a restart. It's like a reset. Like, we are starting this again. It shows with Royal as well. So yeah. But yeah, congratulations to Soulkey. I mean, I'm pretty sure not many people actually think he could advance.
Yeah, I gotta say my actual picks for this group was Snow and Light, and they both got eliminated. So my predictions have not been going very well this season, because I also thought Royal and Mini were gonna make it out too.
Oh, Nyoken, you're so down then. I'm sorry for you, man.
Yeah, man, nobody's winning. That's the main reason I didn't say that, is because I felt like I jinxed it earlier this season, that I went with those picks, and I thought, okay, well maybe I won't jinx them, but nope, they still lost.
It doesn't work like that, Nyoken. If you have a still in your mind that you want to advance, well...
Apparently. Well, Soulkey, I gotta say, he looks really beast. Like, also his Zerg versus Protoss versus Snow, that was top notch. There was like no point in that series where Snow even had a chance. So this guy looks stronger than he's ever been, really. And, you know, thinking back to previous seasons, the only times you really saw Soulkey lose was in Zerg versus Zerg. So if he can somehow miraculously avoid that, maybe this could be the season.
Maybe. I have seen Soulkey lose against Protoss players as well. Like where he really shines is against Terran. Like he shines the most is against Terran. But yeah, he's like this complete packer that is good in every matchup, and he has like a great variety, but a great mix of build orders to throw his opponent off, like aggressive cheese, fake cheese, good macro build orders. It's like the complete pack.
Yeah, that's what I like about him is I was really looking at his gas timings in all the games, because I don't want to just see, you know, a 2-minute gas versus Terran every time. I want to see the 2:15 gas or the 2:30 gas or, you know, 3-hatch play. And that's something that Soulkey can do, you know, compared to other Zerg players who just consistently go either 3-hatch like Shine or consistently go for the 2-minute gas, somebody like Queen does almost every single game. That's what I like about Soulkey. He does vary his builds.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, I imagine if the first game without that Valkyrie damage, it could have been such a different game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, those Valkyries in game 1, that was crazy damage.
I mean, props to Soulkey to regain from that Nyoken. That guy was supply blocked for at least 3 minutes. It was non-stop.
Yeah. And, you know, that was his last life. If he loses game 2, he's out of the tournament. So to come back from that situation, it's definitely impressive. And I'm sure he's happy that he's going to make it out of this group of death. Because that's really what it was. Like, literally anybody could have made it out. And literally anybody could win the whole tournament from the 4 that played today.
Yeah, man. Survivor in this group is a great achievement for sure. Looking now at the feature, there are many set players. As you mentioned, Soulkey is not that good, and actually, I'm not really sure who is Soulkey matching, But if he must someone like Hero or like Queen, I mean, it's going to be hard for him.
Yeah, every time there's an interview with Queen about Soulkey Zerg versus Zerg, Queen does not seem to be very impressed. And I think Queen has Soulkey's number, but, you know, it's not like the score is lopsided whenever I see them play. It's always pretty close, like 3-2 or 4-2. But, yeah, if he can avoid Zerg, I think he's got a really good shot versus Best, for example, but that can't happen because of how the group draw is. Who's the Terran that made it out? JYJ. That could be a great matchup. You know, you were telling me.
Indeed, man, indeed. I totally agree with you, Nyoken. Like, JYJ sent him to us. That is going to be so nice. I agree with you.
Yeah, JYJ has really been crushing it this season, and he's been crushing it really the past 3 or 4 seasons now. So if we could get a ZVT between him and Soulkey, that would be an amazing round of 8 and avoid, you know, some non-stop ZVZs, which I'm sure we could have if another Zerg makes it out tomorrow.
We recap who advanced already. There is Jadon. There is Queen, Hero, JYJ, now Soulkey, Best, and we're missing 2, right?
Yeah, we're missing 2 players.
That are coming tomorrow.
Yeah, Hero's in tomorrow. Yeah, Hero's in the group tomorrow, so he didn't qualify yet. I'm trying to remember.
Oh my god, I'm tripping. What the hell?
Who is the remaining Zerg?
Oh, I for no. There is a no Sack no. Oh, it's a third player. You say it's a.
Yeah, it's a Zerg. It's action, man.
I don't know why we always I always forget about action.
Yeah.
Yeah, action. Action is back. Action is always back.
Alright, well, let's look at how today went. We get to see that, of course, Soulkey took, or actually Best took down Soulkey, my mistake. Light took down Snow, and then Best took down Light in some of the best games we've seen all season long, especially that 76 game. That was great. Meanwhile, in the losers match, Soulkey absolutely crushed Snow, and then Soulkey came back really strong after that convincing win in game 1 that Light had over Soulkey. I thought for sure that was it. Light was going to take the series, but not the case. He struck back with 2 victories in a row and gets out in 2nd place.
You know what, Nyoken? I think actually Light wasn't able to recover from the series, from the best series.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, when I saw him like with his mouth open and just like freeze for like all the time, I was like, yeah, man, I think he's like he's not really feeling it.
It could be the case. It's a devastating way to win, to lose. It's a 40-minute game. You feel like you have a couple moments where you're gonna win. His race did sick amounts of damage. I mean, he even had great drops to bottom left. But the problem is those storms were impeccable from Best. Actually saved his butt in a couple of scenarios. And we do see the player list, of course, here. 4 Zergs, 1 Terran, 1 Protoss. We have 1 group left, which is Group D, and you're seeing the players right here. Hero, Sock, Mind, and Bisu. Another killer group. I think players underrate Sock and Mind. Sock is nasty in Terran versus Terran, and so far from the games we've seen from Mind, he's looked really strong.
Yeah. Sock can be a burden, you know, like he can actually mess up things like kind of like Shine.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's definitely a
But I mean, I don't really think like Sock has any chance against Bisu, for example.
Of course. What am I thinking? Of course, there's no chance that Sock's gonna take down Bisu. That's Eonzerg's pick, man. Bisu all the way, all day. But your boy Soulkey's still in there, and I know that you will pick Soulkey over Bisu, right? If we have that matchup.
No, 100%. Like, go die to Hydra boss every game. I don't care.
Okay, well, still tomorrow's gonna be a great series. We got to get a Terran, we're guaranteed at least one of those, but we've got to get some Terrans and Protoss through, man. We can't just have one. We can't have 5 Zergs and then just one of the other races. Like, that's That's too many.
Yeah, it's funny how this started with the amount of Terrans and everyone was freaking out and season of Terran. And now we actually we have one Terran in the round of 8. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of how BSL unfolded. We had like 50% Protoss, and then in the end, our actual final matchup is a Terran, right? So weird how that works.
Yeah, we are sorry also for the technical difficulties, man. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens in a moment that it sucks. But it could be in a commercial. It could be no. It has to be in such an important moment of the series. But it is what it is, man.
Yeah, I was like, as soon as it happened, I went downstairs. I'm like, is anybody using the microwave? Did you just ruin the Wi-Fi connection? But nobody was. I looked outside. There's no construction going on, so I don't really know what caused it. But yeah, at least it happened like near the end of the first game, right? And Light had a massive lead, so it wasn't the biggest loss to miss that moment. But yeah, a bit unfortunate. There's the signal from Caster Park. We are wrapping up today. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be back with Group D tomorrow. That's going to be epic. Actually, Eonzerg's not going to be here, but I have Raz coming in, so we're going to get some Protoss insight.
Yeah, guys. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching, man.
Yep, thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow.